All right. Fun day ahead of us today. If you guys are a new player and you were wondering about the trade crates, if you can make money, how to get started, or anything of the such, today's your day. I'm going to be showing you and going down reasons on why the trade crate empire is a great idea, especially for those who are wanting to make passive money. Let's go ahead and get everything set up and we should be good to go. And I'm also riding out to Pilgrim's Haven to do more mining to continue with the worker empire, obviously. Ran out of my ore. Well, I'm running out of my ore. I haven't ran out yet, but we're getting there. All right, let's get our title. Check. And our last little setting. All right. Here we go. Now that we have that set up, check where we are. All right. So before you even get started with any type of worker empire or your trade crates, you first got to figure out what nodes are going to be needed. Now, I personally, how I like to get started is, one, there is a cool little app that you can use to go ahead and figure everything out. So in the description there is a little app to go ahead and choose all of your nodes. You can sit there and see the total workers, the total CP, the total money made per day, the total efficiency, and you get the whole town worker list, everything all sorted up into just one easily, one easy to use little app. Has every little node that you can possibly imagine to sit there and adjust your worker empire, or even go ahead and start getting your worker empire started without having to waste the energy into getting this node. And then you might buy this lodging and realize, oh, well, I could have done this differently and I wasted the pearl lodging. So I highly recommend checking out the description and taking a look at the Workerman app. Next is going to be the trade crate calculator. Now, this is another important thing to go ahead and get familiar with, because this will help you determine what material is worth going out of your way to gather or process down into a trade crate, if it's going to be worth selling on the central market, opposed to going and, just getting the money like that, or the crates. But if you look, you can see all of the little buffs and everything to help out with your leveling of your trading, trying to get more money or anything. You can sort it by a simple way to just go ahead and choose whatever trade crates that you're trying to do. You can sort the materials and everything to go ahead and reflect what you're doing. Like if you're processing down from the timber, you can go ahead and change it to the timber and it'll reflect the price changes here. All of that, everything is just straightforward, ready to go. You just input your own little settings, your variables, and it'll go ahead and adjust everything accordingly. So that's also in the description down below. All right, so now that, I went ahead and showed off that, let's go ahead and get buffed up and start a little casual gathering out here. Oh, and before I do anything, I did grab a villa invitation scroll. Aha. I came prepared this time. Because I don't have my little buffs anymore. Your boy has to go out of his way to, get his alt over there, which luckily for us, there's a new update coming out tomorrow, the whole map update to change around how we move our alts, look at our alts, and we can even add notes onto the alts to better give us an idea of if we should be gathering, or if that one is a trader or whatever, just off the, glance. I'm not really sure. I'll have to see how the update looks and get really familiar with it before I can sit there and say, oh man, these notes are like fucking godsend, or Oh, well, I guess they're useful if, like, you know, mob grinding aspects or something, but we'll find out. Now, when it comes to figuring out the worker nodes that you personally want to go for, what I like to do is I like to start over here in Valencia. Valencia will require a lot of your contribution to get a lot of the juicy points, like, you know, if you're wanting more titanium ore or the rough violet crystals, powder of flames, you have, what is it, diamonds over here, the titanium and vanadium, you know, it doesn't matter, whatever it is that you personally think that you are going to be using for your worker empire. I cannot tell you what materials are going to be useful for you or what are the best ones to go for, because in my personal opinion, you should be going for them all. I'm running into that wall where I have to go out and manually gather because I need more gathering nodes. Like, unfortunately, I need more. I need more contribution to be able to go ahead and get more maple. I need more pine. You know, trying to get the lumber camp over here just for the pine timber and things like that. But like I said, start over with Valencia first and work your way over to Medea. That'll be the next focal point before moving into, say, the Balanos and Serendia region. After that, go ahead and start focusing on getting your Calpheon region. And now that everything has been made cheaper and a lot easier to go ahead and invest in over here, I would move on to doing the Land of the Morning Light. From there, you can go ahead and start adding on to, like, your little niche nodes, like over here in Duvenkroon or Kamasilv, Mountain of Eternal Winter region, and Ulakita. But I would save these bottom ones for the very last, because just connecting them will take a lot of contribution, and then connecting the actual nodes to anything important will take a lot more contribution. So, you know, just pick and choose whichever ones you need, and you can always go and look at the Workerman app to readjust everything to see if, like, you can get better results for investing into this node or that node. But another thing to keep in mind is, in order to go ahead and be able to invest into a lot of these nodes, you will have to invest real money into the lodging, the storage, whatever it is, to go ahead and bring back some type of contribution. But you will hit a point where you won't be able to return a lot of your contribution back because of your pearl purchases. You will have to go out and get more contribution in order to go ahead and get the more investment back from the pearl shop. Like, if you take a look over here at Valencia City, for example. Now, unfortunately, because all of my nodes are basically connected to a workshop, I can't do anything with these nodes. You know, I can change them into another lodging, or I can change them into another storage. So technically, all of my pearl purchases don't really matter here, like, because they're tied into the workshop. So you will run into that point eventually, like, if you start throwing real money into the game, which I don't highly recommend it unless you're really invested into wanting to get more back from your worker empire. If you're just dabbling into it, you know, don't waste the thousands of pearls to try to cap out a capital. Not until you have a better understanding of what you're doing. You know, you could be investing into, say, Calpheon and realize, like, wait, I could be doing all of this at Valencia. Or say you chose Valencia and realize, I don't really want to do Valencia anymore, and you threw in thousands of dollars worth of pearl purchases just for your worker empire. Now, going on to the material costs and the central market and all that, you know, trying to figure out whether or not it is going to be worth your time. That's where the trade crate calculator comes in. Take a look at it, see what the profit's going to be, and then plug in the numbers over onto the central market to see just if you're going to be getting a profit from doing the central market or doing your actual trade crates. Because if you don't have the value pack, remember, you're always going to be down that 30%. Like, until you go out and get either the free value pack or you decide to go and pay your money, you're going to be down. So, you know, if you're not really willing to pay for the value pack like me, you know, doing the trade crate empire is going to be more worth your time and effort than, say, just listing it up on the central market. You know, you're already down that 30%, and then you have to sit there and play the whole market PvP or see if anyone even wants the materials, or say you happen to process it down to the 3rd tier, like for the ingots, and you realize you just lost out on a lot of money that you could have made. Like, there's a lot of variables that go into it, but just take a look at the calculator, plug in the numbers to see if you're going to be making more of a profit for, say, the material, like just listing up the materials on the market, or if you would be making more money earning in the crate. For me, because my trading is so high, I make a decent amount of money going ahead and trading the crates off to the actual trader instead of listing up the materials. But that's only because I go out and I self-gather and I self-process. That is the huge factor when it comes to the trade crate empire. You have to either use your workers and manually process it yourself, or go out and manually gather it to then process it down yourself. You cannot buy the materials. You cannot sit there and try to make a shortcut, because a lot of times it will run into the profits that you'll make, and instead of making, say, 300 and blah 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 K per crate profit, you are now making, say, 29K per crate per profit. Like, it sucks. But if you're willing to go ahead and take the time out, that's how you can go and make the most back from your trade crate. So if anyone's or anyone tells you, oh, you know, trade crates are ass, you're not going to be making a lot of money. Like, yeah, you're not going to be making as much money as you would going out and mob grinding. But let me show you an example of what I mean about the money that you can make. It's passive throughout the week. I normally do all of my trading in at the end of the month or beginning of the month, depending on how many days are in the month. But I do all of my trading bi-monthly, and I made 10 bill last month. It's going to be a little bit lower this month because my worker empire is not exactly thriving as well as I want it to be. The lack of materials, obviously, like I said, ideally you want to be going for every material node, unfortunately, but you're not going to have enough contribution or the workers or the will or drive to go out and grind the contribution, whatever it be. But I'm running out of it, and now my earnings are going to be slightly lower, but we'll find out at the end of the month. But I'm going to show you an example of just, you know, how much money you could possibly make. I got an alt over here to go ahead and demonstrate. I'm not going to actually sell anything. I'm just going to go ahead and show you the possible earnings that you can make. As soon as this will go ahead and get done. All right, so taking a look at the Snowfield Jade Crate, for example. Now you can see stock, it is 200K, or yeah, 200K per crate. Now it'll require 5 knock, 5 jade. Like I said, if you're not willing to look at the actual calculator, an easy way to go in is central market. Let's look up the knock ingot. Knock ingot, they need 5. So automatically you're like, shit, that's a lot of money. We're already at 560K. So let's add that to the calculator real fast. Yeah, I'm breaking out the calculator. Don't judge me. Now let's take a look at the jade needed. And it'll be 5. So let's just go ahead and do that one. All right. So now we're at a total of 684. Now, looking at the jade crate kind of looks a little shitty, right? Let's go ahead and grab one and head over to the trade manager. I don't need my camel. All the eye. See the value and everything. All right, so after trade distance and my trade level, or I guess just the distance, it is now 470.5. Okay, we're doing a little bit better. We're doing a little better. Let's go ahead and get this bargaining done. 668.2K. Now, looking at the calculator, I am losing about 20... Yeah, about like 20K per crate because of the prices over here in the NA if I was buying everything off the central market. But because I crafted everything up and I get the bonus knock ingot when I'm like melting down the ore into the melted, it will go ahead and cover a lot of that cost. And now if we take a look at the trade crate calculator and adjust this, oh wait, let's go ahead. Jade. There was a problem. Yeah. Snowfield, Jade crate, and we go ahead, do the self-gathering. And there, because I self-gathered everything and I didn't buy any material, this is the profit per crate. But that only applies if you were out there gathering everything and not just buying the materials. Now, obviously, like I said, if you do not have a value pack and you're not willing to buy said value pack, you'll be losing the 30% if you were selling any of the materials on the central market. So let's go ahead and see. Take a look at that and let's find out how much it would go ahead and be of a loss selling on the central. So let's go over to Videolytics, which is a nice website to go ahead and get familiar with, to go ahead and help out with your processing, your alchemy, cooking, gathering, training, everything that you will need for your, almost everything you'll need for your life skilling can be handled with this little website here. But let's go ahead and take a look at the tax calculator and put in how much we would be making selling everything on the central market with the value pack and my family fame. All right, so the total return that I would make after taxes would be 584.6 if I was... No, I'm just sitting here teaching you guys live. So if you have questions, go ahead and ask away. You know, I'm just here trying to teach all of the new players how to get started with their trade crate empire, their workers, all of the resources needed, and you know, explanation on why I am making my trade crates and how to tell if it's going to be profitable or not for you. So taking a look at all of the total price for just one jade crate, if I was to sell the materials on the central market, I would get back with my value pack 584.6K per crate. Now looking at the bonuses over there, as you can see, this is untaxed and I don't have to worry about the market PvP. So let's go ahead and check out the profits real fast. So 84649. Wait, I'm over here typing in the wrong numbers. All right, so for doing the trading, I should be getting back 83.5K per crate over if I was, you know, selling all of the materials on the central market. And if you take a look back at the Videolytics, if you take off the value pack, you're losing more money and able to make even more money on the trade crates than doing the actual selling on the central market. You're doing timber or trash crate. Should you get some crop mushroom workshops if it's once? Yeah, okay. Hold on. That's a perfect question, and let me show you my thoughts on all of the vegetables and everything. All right, so going ahead, marking buying vegetables, fruits, herbs, and mushrooms if cheaper on the little market tab here. Scrolling down, you can pretty much see that it is a loss on everything, like everything minus like the tiger flower, the wild berry. Let's see. You could do the high quality, some of the high quality flower, the herbs like the fireflake, high quality cloud mushrooms, just anything stock. I don't think you're to really make any type of money with, as you can see. And this is from trading from Valencia, the first category. This is set up for me and how my game is. Okay, so you can see the Valencia, Kepler, Buckpo, Trent, Glish, Velia, everywhere that I'm trading into, my empire, that's where all of this will, takes place, or why it looks the way it looks over here on my calculator. It's no problem. I decided, go ahead and show you guys live. So yeah, that's just, showing you guys the jade crate because I know the material cost can be extremely high, and a lot of people oftentimes will think, oh, well, it's not really going to make you a lot of money, so I shouldn't be bothering with it, and I should only be selling the materials, when in all actuality, you make a lot more money if you don't have a value pack doing the trade crates, and in some instances, depending on how high your trading is, you get more money back doing the trade crates anyway because of the material costs, the taxing, and all of that. I'm doing great. It's how are you? I am teaching everyone how to manage their worker empire trade crates, how to tell the value and see if it is going to be worth their time to go and craft up or do whatever with their trade crates. Now, the worker empire works the exact same way. I do have to mention that briefly because it is one of the new parts of trading. So coming over here, now a lot of times, a lot of the new players will ask if it is worth taking their time to do any of the Royal Workshop goods in terms of the processing aspect. And to be honest with you, I have to say, yes, it is worth it, and it is more worth it than the trade crates, in my honest opinion. Now, when it comes to the Royal Workshop, the thing with this is a lot to 75% of the materials here cannot be gathered with your workers, cannot be listed up on the central market. They don't have a real value in terms of what we look at on the central market. So with that being said, having your workers go out and gather things like the straw sea, for example, or the aloe ingot, you can go and make up things that don't require the materials like the powder of time, the rough blue crystals, the really, really valuable crates, these ones that make a lot of money. You can still make a shit. It's all profit over here. It's all profit, even with using the rough translucent. After applying the distance and all of that applied, like, you're still coming out with a nice amount of money, like over top of like the material cost of selling it on the central market. If you're looking at like the translucent crystal and you're like, oh, well, they're 28k per and it will require blah blah blah, and then you go to trade it in and realize one of those bottles that require the rough translucent at Master 24 trading all the way out in Arahaza will make about roughly 1.2 mil per bottle. And then you realize, like, wait, that little 400k, it's not exactly really that appealing when I could have, made 1.2 mil per bottle over there after I processed it up and traded it out. It's one of my favorite games. It's one of my favorites. I play Dwarf Fortress, RimWorld. I play RuneScape a lot. What other games do I sink a lot of hours in? And I'm talking like more than 400 to 500 hours. I don't really consider 200 hours like an achievement or anything. That's baby hours, you know, that's baby time. But yeah, like I was saying about the whole going out and gathering and processing down yourself, it is the one and only way to cut all of the costs from the central market, especially if you don't have a value pack. If you're raw dogging in it free to play like I am, and or will be as soon as my value pack expires, no, it is what it is. You're not really worried about it. Yeah, I play Minecraft on and off. On and off. I'll jump in every time I get that little itch to build, and you know, not every game does it like Minecraft does it. Come on. How is my mouse to fucking move not working there? Yeah, jumping back into the whole gathering topic. Now, another reason why I personally go out and manually gather for every material that I'll need if my workers are not able to keep them supplied as much as I want is the rare drops. Don't let anyone tell you that gathering cannot make you money. Don't let anyone try to convince you that you should be buying all of your materials from the central market. Time is money and blah, 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 all that good stuff. You can make a lot of money going out and manually gathering everything. Now, let's take a look at the values for the black gem fragments. They're like 1 mil over here on NA per. So, you know, you get more of those, you can easily make a lot of money. Yeah, you can also do that. But if you're not willing to go ahead and take, you know, that one time out of the month or whatever to get your value pack, you just want to play the game, then yeah, your trade crates are going to be making, you know, more money than selling it on the central market. And in some situations, it doesn't even matter, because even with your value pack, selling these crates will still make you even more money than selling the materials on the central market. So you'd have to take a look at the trade crate calculator to really determine whether or not it is worth it to sell it on the central market, or if you should actually trade it up and trade it out. It goes by the distance you're trying to trade, your trading level. If you don't have a higher trading level, you're not going to be making as much money as someone with Guru or someone with Master. You know, a beginner trader is not going to be making as much money as, say, me, even though we're making the same amount of objects and trading it out to the same node. My trading is going to be higher, so I can get a better bonus when I do the bargaining. What's up, Volo? How you doing? It's all right. Like I said, I jump into it every once in a while when I want to scratch that itch. It's kind of like Ark. You know, whenever you want to scratch that gathering, crafting itch while dealing with dinosaurs in a pretty environment, you know, you jump into Ark and you enjoy all of the variety of things that you can do. Like with Minecraft, you know, there's a huge variety of things of, you know, you can do that other games don't give you the ability to, or give you a vast, wide ability to do it. You know, they'll maybe scratch the surface, but they'll add so many limitations, and it's like, wow, you know, let me just jump into Minecraft, you know, or let me just jump in to Ark. What's up, Volo? I'm going down the worker empire and all of that good stuff. Oh, we got to go down the workers. We got to go down the pretty little workers. All right, so now that you guys have at least an idea of how to get started with your worker empires, all of the nodes, and at least an idea of the material value and everything, let's talk about the workers. Workers are another huge important thing when it comes to the workshops and trying to get all of the materials that you need or the crates made. So obviously, you guys should know getting a worker can be done going to any work supervisor. And now that they added the update to where you no longer have to switch over to a tune to go and cycle through their energy to go and get a new worker or even hire your first worker, Now you can go ahead and, you know, get a whole node worked out or rented out or employed without having to take the extra time to switch off, run over here, run over to there. All you need to do is be at a work supervisor and you can switch them off. So to give you an example, let's switch over to my processor. I don't stream Minecraft. I don't want to be a part of that community. Sorry. Yeah, having to run 20 different characters to a work supervisor, especially if you were trying to get, like, say, Buckpo or Butte County worked, is not exactly ideal. But now that they went ahead and did that, now I can get anyone over there at Godu Village and I can be sitting at Velia. Now, to show you guys the example of what I mean by just that, now that the update is out, isn't best worker for better loot is human. It depends on the node. It depends on what you're doing for said node. I will go down that. So when taking a look, now we're able to go ahead and contract our workers using our energy from whatever alt that we want and whatever town that we choose. So if I say wanted to hire someone over there at Encondo, I can go ahead and do that at a moment's notice. If I wanted to use a different tune to go ahead and view another one, I can go ahead and do that and not have to switch off or run my tune elsewhere. So now, going into that Coco, when it comes to your workers, each one will have a different little trait that it will shine in. When it comes to humans, on the nodes, like, say, your excavation or the lumbering, your ore, your fish drying, they have a higher chance of getting that little sack or, like, your traces, whatever that extra bonus item is on the node. Your humans will have a higher chance of getting it with having the higher luck than the goblins. Now, goblins have the quickest speed, and I said no, Tool. I don't want to be a part of that community. I don't want to be a Minecrafter streamer or anything like that. It's okay. I said no politely. No, I do not want to be a part of that community. Anyway, back to what I was saying. Now, goblins are the fastest, and they're mainly recommended for, like, your crate trading because they can just get crates done in 5 minutes. Just boom, 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 boom. And they do require more food, where the human, it requires less food, less attention, but still it requires you to not be as AFK, like semi-AFK. Whereas goblins are meant for your attention right there, always feeding if you don't have food in your family inventory, or making sure they're cycling through their crates. Now, giants are great with picking up a large amount of materials at that one little cycle, but they're slow as fuck and they eat a lot of food at a slower rate. So, not a lot of food, I guess, just at a slower rate. So it's perfect for your AFK, your gathering nodes. I don't recommend throwing them on a crate workshop unless it's like your fish workshops, like in Afaria. Afaria is a different rule set because it will take your workers longer to gather over here fish drying than it does for the crating. So ideally, for this situation only, you'd want to have your goblins on the actual fish drying nodes and your giants over here working on the crates to slow down how many crates they make to compensate for your goblins not being able to supply the fish as fast as you possibly would need if you're not trying to supply it with the central market, which, again, I don't recommend because it cuts into the value, especially depending on the value of the materials on the central or the region. Sorry. Now, like I was saying with the different types. Now, when it comes to the different nodes, when you're looking, your worker will be gathering for the gold. Now, if you have a human on it, like, say, my excavation node, like I pointed out, they have a higher chance of getting the trace of natures when they do their cycle. Like, sure, you can, I think you can go ahead and get a fast enough goblin to, you know, level it up with its luck to maybe try to mimic somewhere near what the human can do. But from what I've seen, well, what I've experienced myself, the human has that higher chance of getting any of these little, I guess I have no materials in over there. Hold on. Here in Calphion. These little sacks here, like the farmer sacks and all that. It all depends on the, like, how far the node is. Like, say, if you have a node that is a little farther than, say, where you prefer, like, say, the snowfield, cedar sap, and all of that here, I would recommend, you know, if you are using it for the trade crates, get a goblin. Like, it's a little bit further out and it'll speed it up, or it's a little closer, but because of the line, it's a little further out. Ideally, I mean, they could just run forward, but everything's not perfect in Black Desert. But if you're using the, like for me, I'm using 2 different workshops that have the plywood. I would need more of the, I guess I would need a faster supply of the wood opposed to the larger amount at a slower time, because my workers will go ahead and pump through all of those crates before I even have a chance of going out and, you know, collecting any more to go ahead and pad it up at the top like I did yesterday. That's the other rule set when it comes to figuring out which ones you want. You know, like I said, goblins, they're the fastest, but they don't get as many materials as, say, the giants. So, say if you're trying to go ahead and speed up like your traces or any of that, go where the get the goblins. If you are trying to, or go for the humans. If you are trying to just quickly speed up how many of the ore that you can get while trying to maybe get the traces, go for the goblins. Giants on excavation, I feel, is just a complete waste because of the higher chances of the humans. You know, I have a higher chance of getting the trace of nature here than the giants would if I throw a human on. If my goblin happens to have higher luck, then maybe I can get by like that, but a lot of times it will just be a slow little trickle. So, for example, if you're looking at the platinum in the abandoned iron mine with the human. All right, so you're looking at this one right here with the human, right? This little bastard right here. It depends on, again, it all depends on what you're going for. See, I'm not really going for the zinc. I'm going for the platinum. I'm going for the other ones. Okay, so you're looking for the platinum. Okay, yeah, no, you'd want to go for the humans because of the higher chance of getting that platinum. That's the only thing. Now, like I said, if your goblin has higher luck, then you can offset it. Like, look, 13.11 compared to 27.25. Who's going to have the higher chance of getting it? You know, and that's just, I want to say on the lower end. I'm pretty sure I have other humans that have higher luck. 27. Still 27. Yeah, as you can see, all the goblins and the giants are basically running with the same. The only difference with the goblins is they have a faster chance. They're basically throwing more chances in trying to proc it than getting that proc right then and there. If that makes any sense to you. Maple timber. Hold on, I'm trying my luck. There we go, maple timber. So this leads on to the worker skills. Now, when it comes to the worker skills and everything, it will change how your workers react to certain nodes. Like, your thrifty has a higher chance of returning materials back when crafting up your trade crates. Those are going to be perfect for any of your crate workshops. The advanced timber packing, a great great thing for your timber. It's not going to work for your ore. It's not going to work for the herbs. These only work for, say, if you're doing the timber crating, the ore for the ore. The work speed obviously will change around their work speed. The movement speed will change around their movement speed. Any skill that will change that around, it'll go ahead and tell you here down. Now, the refinery and work speed. Now, this, from what I've been told yesterday, will go ahead and affect how quickly your workers will go ahead and work their little crates down, or whatever their crafting is. I guess they're mainly their crates. I'm not really sure. I'd have to do more testing, which is why I'm keeping that there. But your workers will get more experience as they level up, the more times they, or more experience as they gather or craft. So ideally, if you're trying to power level, you throw it onto a quicker node or like a trash crate, the little log or ore crates, and just pump in the experience and not really worry about the value or anything. Just get them up to 40 and cycle out their skills, promo them, blah, blah, blah. Looks equal in the long run. Goblins faster, giants more in the long run, maybe. But when a giant procs a tree, any tree sap, shouldn't he be getting more than a goblin? Also equalized. Yeah, no, it's all equalized. You're basically rolling on the chance of it, not the extra increased. That extra increase comes with the first little, I guess, category. That first material that you're going for. You only have a chance of rolling on the extra materials in the node. Unfortunately, there's, from what I know, and unless anyone goes ahead and comments below or lets me know, I'm not really thinking there's any other way to increase the actual amount of traces that you get other than either procking it more or procking it more. But yeah, the skills will go ahead and change how your workers will affect the node, or how the node affects your worker, blah, blah, blah. And the more experience, you can go ahead and change them. Now, the worker must be level 30 with at least 20% experience to go ahead and at least start changing them. And I don't recommend doing this until you hit 40, so that your worker will go ahead and have that last little skill to go ahead and give you a better chance at cycling out everything. As you can see, I went ahead and cycled an advanced timber packing. My theory is, if you're trying to go for your packing skill or your thrifties, you should probably be keeping the skills that will go ahead and be more common, like the siege knowledge, the mount knowledge, the tool, the costume, and then cycle out all the other ones. I'm testing it. It's not really a full, like, ideal way. As you can see, I'm getting all of the common ones that I told you that you would be getting, but I would think you would go through and cycle, all of the other ones to get the really, really good ones that you want, and then cycle through all of the common ones. Oh yeah, I'm streaming and I'm playing Black Desert at the same time, and I'm teaching you guys how to go through and get started with your worker empire, the workers, trade crates, the value cost, everything and anything to go ahead and get you started with any type of worker empire needs in one live stream to really help you guys out there. And I'm showing all the demonstrations live, so, just in case you guys are not wanting to take my word, or you want proof or anything of the such, because I know seeing is believing, and you guys would rather have the proof and everything. We're going down it and showing it as we go. So yeah, that's how you'd go ahead and cycle through all of your skills. Like I said, your crafting, you'd want to have your thrifty, your trade crates would have to have whichever. If you're doing lumber, go with the lumber. If you're doing the ore, go for the ore. Now, some workers are special. Like, say, take Jartuga or Jugruda over here in the Lynch Ranch. All right. He cost, I think, 300 to 500 amity to unlock his employ. But when you do employ him, he comes with a limiting but useful little skill set. So off the top, he comes standard at professional. He cannot be promoted. There's nothing really you can do much with him other than change the skills and level him up. What's up, Capital? The thing that he has that makes him shine over a normal worker is the fact that he comes with the special skill of, I guess I have to show you him, the repeat timber crate. It gives the +2. Unfortunately, I'd have to get him the timber packing skill that gives him the +1 to actually equal out to the artisan, but off the straight rip, he comes with that. That's an option for you guys if you guys are not getting lucky enough to get your arties. My fishing competition is going bad. I've been out there at the Tamarian Beach. It's horrible. Another worker to take a look at is over here in Trent with Brevant. Brevant is another worker that is special that can help out with your ore. He has the repeat ore, and if you get lucky enough, you could get that ore packing crate. Like how I have the timber packing +1. I have to go ahead and get him moved off to do the extra ore, but you know, he comes with that standard, and you know, you can get him starting out and then slowly start to try to promo all of your workers and get them working to, you know, however you want. Now, when it comes to the gathering workers are built a little bit differently. You're not going to be focusing on the thrifty skills. You're not going to be focusing on the crate packing skills. What you're going to be focused on is going for your movement speed, your work speed, and like say your node work speed for say your lumbering, your mining, anything like that, which helps out a lot when it comes to your goblins or your giants, my bad. You don't need siege because clearly we're not gathering anything siege related. Get lucky, no luck. But you'd want to get as much movement speed and work speed as you possibly can to ensure being able to go out and get more and more materials quicker to compensate for the fact that you're not using like a goblin or blah, blah, blah. Like for the goblins, if you're trying to boost up your luck, you know, go with your lucky guys and, you know, do that. Yeah, movement speed is for the worker moving between the storage and your, like, okay, so perfect example. Now, movement speed comes in when it comes to any type of movement. So if you're moving from your storage to, you know, your workshop, movement speed will be applied. And that's from, to, and from. Or if you're going to a node, to and from. It takes into account for getting there and then getting back. Getting there, getting back. It's never just one way. Always account for two. And that's going for your crafting. That's going for your gathering. Anything where the worker has to run around, your movement speed comes in, including your crate workshops, which you really don't have to worry too much about it for the crate workshop because they're like literally almost directly next to each other. But that is something to go ahead and keep an eye on if that's something that you're, you know, into. All right, what else are we? Oh yeah, the promotions. Promotions. Obviously, the grade of your worker will go ahead and change how many skills that's available, the stats that you can get up to, or the types of skills that you are available to. An artisan worker has the availability of getting your simple A's, your quick A's, your really good thrifties, your +3 crate packing, whereas your professionals will get the lower grade skills. Like your B, C's, and your +1s. You know, you get the blues, they'll have less, obviously, and have less work skill, or the work speed, movement speed, blah, blah, blah. You know, they'll just be a lower version. Now, when you promote them, they lose all their skills. They start over from square one. Other than the stats that they had, they get more. So if you are trying to promote a yellow grade, having the level up skills and everything when they're leveling up initially will increase their stats further when they get promoted into the artisan. Now, when it comes to the different regions and their workers, same things apply. Like over here in Grana, your Papu are going to be your goblins. Your Fattest is going to be, what are they? The giants or like the humans? I really didn't focus on them. Over here in Odalita, you got your humans. Pretty sure you got your goblin, or your dwarves are your goblins, and you have your giants over here. Okay, so the Fattest is your giant. Okay, good to know. And what's up, Hell? I was just talking about the refining skill over there that you were discussing yesterday. Now, over here in the Land of the Morning Light, same thing. Dokubi is your goblins, humans, and the shell folk are going to be your giant equivalent. Wow. Over here. So yeah, your shell folk are your giant equivalent. So even though they have a different face, just look at them, look at the stats, and sit there and, you know, determine which ones are going to be best to use over there in the Land of the Morning Light or Kamasov or Odalita. But yeah, it is a calming way to get the contribution. And obviously, like I said, it is best to go ahead and manually gather everything and always process it down yourself. Don't take the cheat way of buying it from the central market. It's a lot easier and a lot better if you just take the time and process it down. You know, some things won't make you money making into a trade crate, like the jewelry crates, because of the price of the platinum, the gold, and the mithril over exceeds how much you'll ever be able to make when trading those crates in, especially because the prices never go anywhere near dipping low enough. So, you know, for materials like that, you're better off selling on the central market and or using for anything else. Anything other than the trade crate. Hell, using the melted mithril or platinum or gold to wipe your ass would be a lot more profitable than turning it into a trade crate. Just avoid it. Avoid the jewelry. But, you know, the opals, you have your knock, like I showed you already. Even the vanadium, your titanium crates, those will even make you money too. Like I said, taking a look at your trade crate calculator is going to be one of the best ways to figure out anything and everything that you will ever need in terms of the valuation. If you should be taking your time to go out there and do it, you have the full chart that you can look at, or you have the simple chart that you can sit there and look at if you really don't want to sit there and adjust everything, all get fully in depth into it. They do look tasty. I do like the new changes that they made on the textures and everything. Now they stand out, and now I'm not, is that platinum or is that mithril? Because that's a lot of mithril. Oh, that's platinum. God damn it. Or, ooh, is that a lot of oh, that's mithril. Damn it, the price of mithril is down. But just remember, take a look at your trade crate calculator. Everything is in the description over there on YouTube if you want to take a look at it, or on my community tab, you'll find it, or any video on my trade crate empire or the worker empire. But always consult the calculator and never just go by whatever a random person says. All right. Do the research, look at the charts, look at the spreadsheets if you're trying to min-max and all that. You know, just take the time. Take the time. That's why I'm going and showing you everything step by step, showing you examples, showing you guys the charts, and giving you the theories, the thoughts on why I'm doing what I'm doing and why I'm getting everything prepared and set up and everything. Like, everyone is not going to want to buy the value pack. Not everyone is going to want to save everything for one day to go and get their value pack. You know, there are other people that don't really want to support the game like that. There are other people that, you know, don't really care so much about saving everything for one day, or, you know, they want to use their loyalty for other things. You know, there's so many different situations, and, you know, just Selling everything on the central market is not going to be ideal for everyone. Like what I said with the materials, not every material, not every node is going to be worth it for everyone. You know, for everyone that's going out and getting their Valencia meals, you know, making them, you're going to be going for your plantation, your Erdel farm, your Folem farm, you know, getting all of those nodes. Whereas me, I don't make those meals, so I don't find value in any of that at all. So now I'm not putting the contribution into that. That gives me a whole other aspect. Or like how I find value in the fish drying, yet, you know, other people don't. The crate sheet. Yeah. Give me one moment. Let me get you the link for that real fast. Crate sheet. Crit Okaleta. I need a copy of it. Or not the here we go. Easy to find link on Google. Make my job easier. And then for the Twitch users over there, that will help you out with getting all of your crates. This will go ahead and get you started with figuring out the material costs and all of that. And then lastly, this app right here will go ahead and show you all of these nodes that you need on your map. You can invest into it, look at the workers and all that without having to actually interact with it in game. Cool little app. I suggest taking a look at all of them and getting your worker set up how you need. No, I'm actually going to get started with that. I am slowly getting through every little topic. We got down getting the workers, the type of workers, the worker skills, how to level up the workers, the material costs for the crates, how to tell if the nodes are worth your time, all of the resources up there to go ahead and show you, which should be in the description below. So just in case, you know, you don't see it in the chat over there on YouTube, you know, just scroll down and it should be there, or hit the description button. It should be there. Now, as for leveling up your trading, the best ways that I will suggest anyone, if you're just starting out, a new player, beginner, you haven't touched Lifeskilling or anything like that, fishing. Hear me out. Fishing is going to be one of the best ways to get started early on with getting, one, the money, two, the trading level, while also still leveling up your fishing to do other activities later on, like, you know, getting the ancient relics for repairing, the contest fishing, you know, more money, enhancing materials, or the money for the enhancing materials. But either way, fishing up until, like, say, Artie, you know, perfect way. While you're out there fishing, you're getting the contribution, or you have the contribution to start investing into workshops and things. Now you can start looking at the trash crates. We call trash crates, or the lower T1 crates trash crates, because they give you trash money. They give you trash money. The value's so low that they're considered trash. But the caveat to them is the fact that they only take, depending on the worker, you know, their work speed and all, up to 5 minutes to go ahead and craft up one of them. And they only require a T1 material, opposed to the better ones that will require the value crates that will require the T3 material. So, you know, you'd want to ideally get as many trash workshops going as possible to go ahead and trade in and start trying to get up to master. I think it's master 14. And then when you hit master 14, the experience that you earn is still currently bugged. So if you are trying to go ahead and power level from like 14 to say 20 in one go, you're not going to be able to do that. There's a bug where it eats all of the experience earned after you hit 100% on your bar. So you'd have to trade in the exact amount of crates in order to level up and then trade in the next batch. Trade in the next batch. Anything like, say, oh, I need 20,000 crates to hit that 100%, but I have 60,000. They're not going to count that extra 40k experience, or the extra 40k crates in experience is bugged up until Master 24. After Master 24, I think the bug is no more and it goes back to normal. And I haven't heard any word on Pearl Abyss fixing that. That's been a bug since what, 2018? So it's been here for a while. But these are the trash crates. Yeah, it's been public knowledge. It's bugged. like I said, it's been such a prevalent thing since 2018. Now it's just a normal thing that you go in and, you know, like when you're fishing or you're training and you happen to DC, it's not a bug, it's a feature at this point. It's been in the game for so long. And no, it's not you. It's just them. They're coding how it interacts and everything. And I know a lot of people are like, oh, well, I contacted support and they said they don't know. Yeah, well, I used to think it was just me too, until I started reading all of the bugs over the course of X amount of years. 5, 6 years so far now? I don't think it's just me. But these are your trash crates. I gotta get back into this. The trash crates are your T1. They will be the quickest and easiest to make, and they will give you a good amount of experience because you can make up 1,000 a day, 2,000 a day without batting an eye. If you get your worker set up to go ahead and give you the +3 and say your 3 thrifty skills, you have higher chances of making your 3 crates and get the material back for some of them at the same time. So you can basically be making almost a free crate here, or X amount of crafts will eventually equal out to 1 whole free crate, which, you know, that's money. I like free money. I don't care. All right, so now, next we have the value. We call value the value crates because of the amount of money that you can make with them. Taking a look at the value of a trash crate, 3.8k, like I said, pretty trashy. I don't really care for it. Now, taking a look at, say, your little value crate, you can see that's 1.13 or 113.7k per crate. Now, when you're taking a look at the value, this is only the stock value. That is not going by your trading level or the distance. None of that applied. All right, so you'd have to take a look after you get your trait transported and after you do your bargaining. Okay, that's how to go ahead and tell, you know, that's how to look at the value and everything on that. But we call them value because look at that value. That's pretty good. You times that by like 62% or something, you know, it's pretty fucking good compared to that. It's okay, you know, maybe if you get like 20k, it'll equal out a good amount and your trading is up, blah blah blah. But you know, ideally you'd want to try to make money with the brass, bronze, steel, not the jewelry. Avoid the jewelry. Fuck that jewelry. Don't do it. Let's see. As for these, again, same with these. You'd have to look at your region to see which ones are valuable and which ones are not going to be worth your time. Like, for right now, the Royal Workshop does a better job with doing the translucent crystal. So I'd avoid making these in your crate workshops. Just altogether. Just don't bother. Save it for the Royal and, you know, cut your losses there, or count your gains there. Sorry. Opal, perfect to go ahead and make up into a crate. Your coal, still, even if you're making it with your steel, or for the steel, perfect. It will still make you money. Dumb it down for you to level up the trading quantity or quality. Quantity over quality. Trash over cash, okay? When it comes to leveling, to dumb it down to make it easier for you, if you're trying to power level, trash over cash. Okay? Simple. If you go past T1, you're done. All right? You're cooked. Just stick to the trash and you'll be able to quickly power level. Show you... I really don't need to. Like, I think I showed enough example of the trash and the value crates, and then showed you guys the value of the jade crates compared to the value of the central market, which is why I'm going out and doing all of this, especially because I'm not going to have my value pack and I'm not really going to be worried about it. Let me think. Is there anything else that we need to really go into depth with? Actually, let me use the bathroom. You guys get all of the questions that you can possibly think of with the Trade Crate Empire, and when I come back, I'll be talking about going and answering questions and all of that good stuff. But for the moment, give me 1 second. Let me use the bathroom. I'll be right back. All right. I am back. You're trying to make 200 a day, 250 mil a day. You don't know if that's possible. To be honest with you, I'm not exactly sure. I don't really do all of my trading daily. I don't bother. It's mainly because of the transportation limitation and the fact that it's just a little bit too difficult to actually do all of the massive trading that I have. Okay, so to give you an idea of just the amount of workshops and everything that I am currently running. All right, let's go down, not the dubs. Okay, so just to give you an idea of why it's a little bit too difficult for me to actually consider doing the daily trade-ins. That's 1 workshop, 2 workshop, 3 over there in Afaria. We have 1 over in... We have 1 fish workshop over in Velia. We have 1, 2, 3 material over in Keplen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just making sure. Okay, so we have 5 over there in Valencia, just the material. Then for the wood, I have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, and I have palm right there. 5 wood over there in Valencia. I have 2 in Trent, or I have 1 in Trent, the wood, and I have the jade being made over there in Trent. Then in Glish, I have lead, and I have one more object. Where are you at? Trent over here. California, or Glish. I'm looking for Glish right here. The maple. In Heidel, I have maple and I have thorn being made. And then lastly, in Velia, I have 1 more wood workshop, the fir timber. So, I also forgot one other workshop that I just added. I added a Paprika workshop because why not? All right, so let's get you trading out to Buckpo. Oops. Now, another thing to keep in mind when doing the transportation after you guys get your crates out, they can be done in several different ways, which I highly recommend going with the first way, using your trade wagons. We get 5 trade wagons now, and depending on where you trade them out or transport them out from, depends on the time that'll take. So if you're trading out from Valencia, it'll take like 6.5 hours to transport all the way out to Buckpo or Yukjo or Land of the Morning Light in general. You know, so just keep in mind when you are trading out from whichever place that you have a workshop in, the time that'll take, and it'll always require money, like usually 1 to 3 mil at the most per wagon, not per item, just per wagon. And that's if you have the nodes connected, which is another important thing. When you are trying to transport or trade any of your crates after you make them, the nodes have to be connected from point A to point B. If they are not connected, you will get a message. Hell yeah, thank you for the follow. You're fucking amazing. You'll get the message of the transportation fee will be tripled. So now I'm running into the cost of, if it was a max of like 3 mil, it would be 6 mil. That's a little expensive. And you will lose 75% of value of whatever crate that you're trying to trade in. So instead of being able to make your 1 bill, you'll only make your 2,500. your 250 mil. Like, it sucks. But you have to have point A to point B connected in order to do the trading. Okay? Now, you can do that in one of 2 ways of, you know, only connecting the node when you want to trade, you know, taking the cost of the transportation and then connecting it finally when you go to turn it in, or you can have it already connected and only trade into those nodes that you have connected. I think it also affects the experience. Let me do a quick little check to find out, okay? Let's find out. Trade crates. No, you do not have to have it connected for the trash crates. Okay. So technically, if you really wanted to, you can have everything being made up here in Grana, and you can trade it out to the Land of the Morning Light without it being connected and earn the experience. Now, the distance will be capped at 150%. So Grana to Valencia, or Grana and Valencia over here to Nampo is a cutoff for your value. The experience is uncapped. So I take everything out to Buckbow. I suck up the loss on the extra money because it's capped at 150, but I take the experience gain and try to level up my trading like that. Like I said, you do not have to have the nodes connected for the experience, but you will have to have the nodes connected from point A to point B to earn the money. All right, now the other way to go ahead and transport everything is obviously jumping onto your mount and hoping for the best, getting one stack transported at a time. This could be extremely long and arduous if you guys are trying to trade out to the Land of the Morning Light, especially if you have so many different workshops, because like I said, I have a workshop here. I have workshops here, right there, here, 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 here. I'm going to have one here. I have there. I have way too many. And that's only talking about the mainland. That's only talking about mainland, because I still have over here in Godu Village, I'm making up the Viola sacks because it is a great profit, a huge moneymaker over here in Land of the Morning Light for the value and the time that'll take to go out and actually gather for it. That and Tiger Flower. So I have that being made up there, and I also have the Tiger Flower being made up in Nampo and Butte County. Just because they're huge money making and experience earning for the 1% of effort needed, and or you can buy the massive supply off the central market and still make a profit. But yeah, only if you're trying to get the value, hell. If you want to just trade in and get the experience, then you're better off just trading everything connected point A to point B. Like, connected. Let's trade or send off the rocks here. And I'm thinking I'm going to process down the materials to show you guys why, you know, I do what I do when I do. All right, so instead of waiting and processing everything, I like to go ahead and process everything down that I'm going to be using. And like I said, the ingots and everything that you get from this process here is going to be used to make money, or can be used for your T10 taps, anything of the such. You know, but ideally you want to save all of your melted for selling on the central market if that's something that you want to do, or you convert it all into the ingots for the trade crates. If you're selling on the central market, you'd want to use all of the bars to go ahead and sell. Only melt down your ore or chop down your wood to the planks, not the plywood. You use the extra T3 proc chance for the actual like money making on that T3. Like, once this will go ahead and process down, I'll show you what I mean about getting the T2 and T3 procs. Like, going from T1 to T2 will proc you the bonus T3 if you guys are brand new. So, as you can see here, I got the 14 zinc ingots, 649 of the melted zinc shards for trying to make the zinc shards. So, I can make a little bit of money on those 14. Now, if you're like me and you happen to be using these for other things, it adds up. It adds up after a while, and you'll start having your 1.7k, you know, 2.7k of the bonus little procs without having to really worry about, oh, well, I gotta melt it all down because I need to make it up and blah, 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 because I don't touch the copper ingot, I don't touch the tin, and I don't touch zinc. These are all extra bonus procs. And that's the only time I do any of my T10 taps, when I am melting down the copper, tin, and zinc to make my brass and my bronze. I'll use those ingots for the T10, and I won't even bother touching the central market. Like I said, if you guys are not willing to put money into it, that is a perfect option for you guys while still doing other activities in the game and getting passive income. Let's see. What else do you guys need to know and or would possibly want to know about the Trade Crate Empire and all of that good stuff? Oh, there's no mastery. There's only trade level. Yeah, no mastery, only trade level. The higher you're trading, obviously, the more bonuses back that you get. The only gear that we do have the option of getting is a silver trader clothes, a silver embroidered trader clothes, which will be remaining once they remove all of the silver embroidereds, and our cycling lightstone combination. Where is it? The cycle right here. With our 2 trading artifacts. So it'll give us like what? 3, 6, 9, another 10, and like 25%. So it's not too bad. 25 to 24%. And then just the usual buffs, your seafood crons, anything that you're willing to go ahead and pop when you're turning them in. But yeah, I can't trade within the same day because of how long a normal transport will go ahead and take to get over there to Buckpo. And let's be real, I don't want to sit there and switch off to an alt to do my trading or go all the way over there to do my trading every single day. And until I do to sit there and see the value that I can make per day, I don't even know if I can make the 250 per day with trade crates. I'm curious. And yeah, the whole wanting to make the 250 daily, it also fluctuates on the region's market pricing for that day. Like, technically, you could be making the 250 per day, but because of the region, the update or an event that's ongoing, it could drop the value of that material, resulting in you making, say, 230 mil per day or 150 mil per day, like when they nerfed all of the alchemy ingredients and shit like that. You know, my worker empire, the money that I was making fell dramatically. Even my marketplace value of the materials in Olvia dropped by half. I had 36 bill in marketplace value. I woke up the next morning, it dropped down to 28, dropped down to 24. I seen my value drop down to 16 bill over the course of that whole like initial week. It sucked. All right, like I said, I'm basically just out here getting the materials together for my worker empire. So because I can only find zinc, copper, and a little bit of the iron with the coal, I can probably get away with making a couple of the brass and some steel to go ahead and pile onto my little worker empire. This also goes by how long that you are actually actively gathering, unlike me, who has been spending an hour and a half just only talking about the worker empire and showing examples. But normally, if you're out here just gathering, it should be an easier time to supply your worker empire. Especially because I know my zinc supply is starting to wear thin. You know, I can just come out here, get everything crafted up, and boom. Now we have brass ingots I can go send out to Kepler and have my workers working on that. Once I get the extra forest path wagon completed, I'll go and get the 3 contribution back from Grana and figure out what else I'm going to do with that. Which I'm thinking probably, I don't know. Probably a couple more workshops to help out, and or just going and investing into one little gathering node. It's a hard choice because I have so many things that I can go ahead and invest into, and so many other points that I can, I guess, take out and reinvest into other nodes. Like right now, off the top of my head, I need more maple. I need more pine, specifically pine. So that's going to be a thing that I'm going to be going for. Or like the Dorman here, Lake Flondor is another one that I'm really looking at. Yeah, Lake Flondor right here, but that's one more contribution point than I'll need or I'll have. Yeah, that's why I listed all of the resources and everything needed for like the Workerman app. If you check the stream over there on YouTube in the description, it should have all of the app locations and everything that you'll need to really get your worker empire started and or efficiently redesigned if that's something that you're really struggling with. Workshop, pisser, and they got supplied. So you just take another node. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna have to invest into the actual nodes instead of the workshops now. Like I said, I've ran into that issue where it doesn't matter how much pearls I throw into the worker empire, I am capped by my contribution. There's nothing else I can do. Like, yeah, I can have all the storage, but what am I going to store? If the workers are not able to gather more materials or different materials to go ahead and fill out that slot, there's no point in me swiping my card to buy 20 slots here or 30 slots there. Like, what am I doing with them? What are they going to be used for? That's why I'm like, take a look at the Workerman app to really get an idea on if you should be investing money into this node or that node, if you should be doing this or if you should be doing that, instead of just going out, swiping your card, and regretting your life choices because you realize that you could have got a hot pocket instead. Let's be real, like, the cost to go ahead and invest into your worker empire, like the money cost, it can get up there to the price of a used car on Facebook Marketplace. Let's be real, like if I can go ahead and pay maybe a whole month's fucking rent in a nice apartment for the storage and everything needed for my worker empire, like it's costly and it's not something that you want to just throw around. Like that's a lot of money. Yeah, they said changes will come to the 501 contribution points. Let me see if that change actually came. $501. Let's see if that change actually came, because I know they made it harder. Massive experience increased. Diminishing returns. Well, not a hard cap. Let's see. Yeah, they just increased the amount of experience needed to get 501 and above. Like, there's no hard cap, but they threw a cap in. From what I'm reading, everyone basically describes it as like the whole RuneScape theory, or the whole RuneScape logic. Yeah, soft cap. So basically you take 10 times the amount of experience required to hit 500 to hit 501. That's it. So if it's like 10 milli to hit 500, it'll be 20 to go ahead and hit 501. And then so on and so forth. It's just they made it extremely hard to go ahead and invest into all of these nodes, even if you have the Pearl money into it. Like I said, my Olivia has all their storage. I have all of the free worker slots and all, and there's nothing I can really do with it until I get more contribution to invest into any of the nodes over there. Like, I'm still at that contribution wall at 444. Which is not bad. Oh, get that garbage out of here. I don't want no timed fucking Grandpa Cron's rod. You know what that is? That's a toddler rod. That's the toddler cron rod. Fuck out of here with that lender rod bullshit. I don't want to hear no, we're too poor to give us an actual pay to win rod. Is it paid for? Do we have to pay for that rod? What's up, D? How you doing? Because if we also have to pay for that rod, bro, don't waste your money. Don't do it. Don't waste the time and the effort. Don't do it. Unless they're willing to go ahead and give us our pay-to-win rod, don't settle for the hand-me-down garbage lender rod. Would you rather lease your car, or would you rather own it outright? Would you rather rent for your fucking house, or would you rather someone give you your house, or you buy your house? Like, let's be real. Get that fucking lender rod out of here. And I hope it's not a paid for thing. I hope it. Let me check the global lab. Or no. Let me check the Korean, the C patch notes. We're about to find out. Oh, it's a paid for. One second. A paid for. Okay, so you said it's a paid for rod. Scrolling down, and keep in mind this is just for the C channels. Let's see, where are you? You said it costs 10. I'm looking for it. This is on the C channel. I don't see it. All right, hold on. Let's check the updates. KR. Damn, I'm not gonna be able to find it. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to. Maybe if I check here, scroll down. Okay, oops. Goddamn. I just want to find it. Shit. All right, Chris Poley.
Know about MU hit, baby.
Shut up. All right, Chris Poley. Should have been to the Pearl. Health. Dear God. Dear God. Can I get the stupid little chapters? Because I really don't care. Emoji contest. Jesus, fuck Chris Poley. Where are you? Okay, here we go. Oh yeah, here we go. Let's see what this rod is about.
Another per box package to get another type pay to win fishing rod that you can use for limited time.
Woo! Oh,
For this pay to win fishing rod,
limited
it's similar
time.
like any other pay to win fishing rod that will give you fishing mastery.
Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. A paid rod. A lender rod. We don't even get the actual Grandpa Kron's rod. We get the little timed. How long is it? 30 days.
And also reduce your auto fishing
Watch,
time
30
for
days.
maximum reduction. And same as another pay to win version for this fishing rod.
Yeah,
This
another
fishing rod
pay to win
cannot be
version.
repaired, and also this fishing rod cannot be brand. And for
Okay, and we can't brand it. And we can't even brand the rod. Like, even after all of that, like, there's no branding of it. Like, what the fuck? Like, even after all of that, like, how can we not brand it? Please support us. Remember that. Remember they told us, please support us.
this newest version pay to win fishing rod, there are another limitation that this fishing rod have limit time 30 days after you get it, and after you
Yeah, 30 days.
have this pay to win fishing rod for 30 days, and this fishing rod expired, you cannot use it anymore. So this new pay to win fishing rod have more limitation.
Yeah, basically it's a $10 over here on NA, a $10 USD rod for 30 days that cannot be branded. The durability is 2K, which is still less than the Grandpa Kron's rod. And yeah, I don't really see the need to go ahead and buy it. Maybe if they add it into a Pearl package, maybe. But I mean, yeah, there's no point in branding the rod, but there's really no point in it. If you are at your max on your fishing, why do you care? If you already have all these bonuses, why do you care? Like, I get that they're trying to include another rod and everyone keeps asking for a new rod, but for everyone who keeps asking for a Manos rod or give us a new rod, please stop. This is what you're giving us. Every time you ask for a Manos rod, or every time you ask for any type of fishing rod, this is what Pearl Abyss gives you. A limited time, non-repairable, lender, dollar store, toddler cron rod. Please stop asking. Please stop asking Pearl Abyss for a fucking fishing rod. It's not working. It is not worth your time and effort. Please just stop. That's my public service announcement. All right, they want you to support them. You guys keep asking for rods, and this is the type of dumb stuff that they give us. A 30-day unrepairable rod that is $10. Maybe if they include it into the $10 Pearl package, maybe then I might be encouraged to go out of my way and get it, which it kind of looks like it's going to be.
Time limit for 30 days.
Hold on, let's find out.
Limit durability that have 2000 durability and cannot be repaired, and also cannot be brand using branding spellstone. But at least from this new pay to win fishing rod, if you already purchase previous pay to win fishing rod, you still can purchase for this newer one.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so that's a bright side. If you already paid money for the original Grandpa Kron's rod, hey, look at that. At least you can still give us your money for a new lender rod. Again, the only saving grace of this would be if they included it onto the Pearl package and not a standalone rod.
And if you want to maximize durability for this pay-to-win fishing rod, you can follow my special guide for maximizing durability for your gear. And for more detailed,
Yeah, I don't really see it being a real
to maximize your durability
thing to go
on
for.
this guide, as always, you can find this video link on this video description.
Yep. So that's basically that. I don't know what to think about that, to be honest with you guys. Unless they went ahead and included it as a little bonus package, it's not worth the time, it's not worth the effort, and it's just laughable. It's laughable. But yeah, that's what you guys get for always asking for a Menace rod. That's what you guys get. Always asking, that's what you guys get. A paid for rod that is not even worth the actual money and effort that's gonna go into it. Like, nah, it's all right. Yeah, let me know how you guys feel about it. I know Hell's not gonna be buying it. I'm not gonna be buying it. I don't have any real purpose in paying $10 for a 2K durability rod that is only gonna last me probably less than the month that the time duration is for, even with the high durability reduction rate. Yeah, no. It's just, I knew there was something suspicious when they kept saying, please support us. Please keep swiping. I knew there was something suspicious about it, but I did not think that they would go and stoop as low as give us a lender rod, basically. That's all it is. A straight lender rod. But yeah, let me know how you guys feel about it. Let me know if you guys are going to even bother paying your $10 for it, or if it was just a complete bust at the, not even at the gate. Like, we're just getting a little sneak peek of it. The Lisa Rod program. Let me know how you guys feel about it. And that was made into a video, by the way. That I did record. Yeah. But that's only for the KR region. You know how they go ahead and, one, they price things differently between the regions, and two, KR gets different packages than what we get. That's just a little preview of what to expect for us. But yeah, just like, you know, was pointed out, you know, that's, you see the A coin attached to it. So going by our Pearl shop, if you look, you know, you get the Pearl packages using your A coin, and you look at the rod, it looks like it was the A coin. So it might be the, I don't know how they go ahead and value everything over there on the KR server, but if we're taking a look at the screenshot and all, I don't know so much about the pricing of that and if it's even going to be worth getting. Looking at the price of the A coin, 10k A coin, and you get a rod, 10k A coin, that's $100 USD for a lender rod. Yeah, I don't buy it. Don't pay for it. Don't. You guys asked for a pay-to-win rod. You guys wanted your Menace rod and all, and you guys are going to be paying, as of right now, okay, this is all just leaked information, whatever KR has. We don't really know until we get that rod on the Pro Shop ourselves. But as of the time of looking at that, and from what I can see, don't spend your $100 for a little lender rod. That $100 can go ahead and buy food. That $100 can go ahead and go for anything other than a limited time, non-repairable toddler cron rod that you have to lease. And there's fine print on it. Like that, I will edit down and make into a video discussing my thoughts on the cron rod. Or whatever the fuck it's gonna be called. Like, don't do it. Don't waste your money. I heard about it this morning in the region chat, and I didn't really think anything about it, the group chat that I'm in, and didn't really put much thought into it. Like, oh yeah, they're bringing back the cron rod, and I happened to see, oh, it's only for a certain amount of days. I'm like, okay, well, maybe the translation's wrong. Maybe the players are just like reading it wrong, and it's actually something else. Let me go ahead and take some time to look into it, and I couldn't really find it, and I wasn't on YouTube to look at a Chris Foley video or anything, but god damn. Hell nah. Don't do it. And that's why you don't ask. And that's the best point, DJ. That's why you don't ask for anything, because whenever you ask for or you put in any type of feedback with Pearl Abyss, they take it and do the exact opposite. Your feedback and your desires are used against you. That's why they took down the feedback section, letting everyone know who gave the feedback, because a lot of the players were getting all this hate and everything for the feedback that they were giving, and Pearl Abyss was doing the exact opposite. Yeah, like I said, if it's to be believed, it's $100. Everyone keeps asking for this, keeps asking for that, and they're like, oh, yeah, no, we're going to go ahead and put in this because we can make money from it. Oh, they want this? Oh, don't worry, we'll make a paid option for it instead. That's why you don't ask for shit. You know, we wanted better life skills. They went ahead and merged the UI. You know, or merged everything onto one UI. And then we're like, hey, you know, that UI, it's not exactly working out. That's like a bad fucking idea. Here's a better way, and everyone fucking ate it up. We loved it. Pearl Abyss is like, oh, yeah, that's cool. Okay. Is there any more? Or are we get a reply or anything? Oh, yeah, that's right. They removed the feedback section, so you know, you no longer know who went ahead and offered the feedback, because feedback doesn't fucking matter. You can add it on the forums and blah 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 in their own little feedback section, but it doesn't matter. I want a Manus rod. I want to insert this or insert that, and what did they do? Paid option. Like, technically, you guys got your rod. You just got $100 rod. Yeah, it's basically just testing the waters to see what they can go ahead and get away with. They managed to convince us to go ahead and pay the $10 for a fishing rod in the beginning. Now they know they can go ahead and up the charge, and we'll go ahead and swipe for it. But $100? Nah, maybe 10. Maybe 10, and you have a sale ongoing for something else that makes me more inclined to want to go ahead and put the $10 in, and ooh, I get an extra rod. But for $100, I'm sorry, I don't justify putting in 100 just for a rod. And I know it's going to be like some dumb sale or something of the such, so I can't justify putting in 100 even for the other sale for a lender rod. Like, just don't do it. Save your money. Buy food. Buy your kids diapers. Buy your fucking toddler some goddamn shoes instead of that $100 for a 30-day limited non-repairable toddler cron rod that should have been either in the loyalty section, or they could have gave it out for an event. They could have gave it out for the season reward or anything of the such. But after taking a look at it and realizing like just the price of it and looking at the stats and everything that it applies, like, sorry. I can do the same thing with a triple float rod, my durability, and my fishing contest buffs. Like, it's nothing. Like, I'm not even batting an eye. So at that point, why am I paying $100 for it? Like, don't do it. Don't do it. That's why I stopped putting in feedback. That's why I stopped asking questions, asking for things, and blah, blah, blah. Like, no. I can't even justify going ahead and guys, I need you to sub up for my cron rod. Everybody, let's do a sub train for my cron. Do you know how asinine and pathetic that sounds? Like, just give me a fucking can and let me beg on the goddamn corner for change at that point. You're having to sit there and do a subathon just to get a cron rod? That's no. Put your money elsewhere. Put your money where it's better used instead of $100 on a repairable rod. Now let's hope and pray that they go ahead and listen to the feedback and not use it against us to go ahead and drop down the cost and all. Like, if not, I can't see it. I'm at a loss of words even now trying to justify their logic or anything. Like, as a content creator, as an old partner, I can't sit there and tell you guys, please support them. Because at this moment, please don't. I'm not dooming and glooming. I'm not trying to sit there and start a riot and boycott and blah, blah, blah. Don't buy this rod. Don't buy that package for the rod. Play the game. Enjoy the game. Don't pay a week's worth of food in the cost of a non-repairable rod. A week's worth of food in a loyalty, an event, season, anything that could have been gotten in game, especially because it is a time limited rod, non-repairable, and 2K durability. 2 fucking K durability. I paid $10 for a rod that lasted me at least 5 months. Is showing all the spotlights and everything, fishing week after week after week. $10. I mean, of course, the initial setup and everything to get that $10 value was like a lot, but like, god damn. Nah, I can't do it. $10 compared to 100. Yeah, that's my thoughts on it. That's my honest, like, reaction to this whole new toddler cron rod that we're getting. Hopefully they'll get enough feedback and enough complaints to go ahead and change it. But I do know Korea has a different mindset when it comes to pay to win and the whole card swiping. So hopefully they change it for us over here in NA and EU and we don't have to deal with it. But unless they do, don't do it. Just avoid it. Just, man, looking at the rod and all, I thought the seed bag was bad. Like, I really thought the seed bag was like a dropping of the ball, but this cron rod was like they dropped the ball and then kicked it off a fucking cliff and told the whole team to chase it. Like, fuck. This is why I'm like, where's Big Papa J? Big Papa J was real good with getting his money and convincing us and lying to our faces that we had to pay him our money. Like, he was really great at that. That man was really fucking pro at tickling your ball sack while shoving his wrist so far up your asshole he can use you like Kermit the Frog. And you're like, yay, this is fun. Hey, Jinxie, how you doing? Yeah, like, where's Jay? I think if Jay would surface, or if he was still at the company, if he's not, I think he would have really gave us a bang for the buck to get his new Bugatti. Like, he would have really convinced us. Like, oh, you get this rod and you get like 2K loyalty and a couple Florin scrolls with the Giovan scroll too. Yeah. And best fucking value. Okay, yeah, actually, you know what? I can't. Those scrolls are pretty hard to get. Okay, yeah. I'll go for it. $10? Sign me up. Opposed to $100. Oh, and you get a rod. Yeah, it's timed, by the way. And they're doing it during the summertime when everyone's on vacation, when they're not available to go ahead and put as much time into play because they're out and about and not doing shit. Like, really? It's like, what's up, Dank? It's like, I get the fishing event is ongoing and you're going to try to capitalize on it, but you should have, one, came out with this rod at the beginning of the Tamarian Beach event, for starters. Two, offered it at $10 and then, you know, threw in something to entice us to want to go ahead and put the $10 in, like the Azure Dragon. You know, Azure Dragon on sale, boom, I'm going to go ahead, put the $10 in, get another dragon, and want to get that rod too at the same time. Yeah, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, that's a combo deal. But you waited a week and then you put a price tag of $100. The only money you put into video. Yeah, no, I wish it was the $40 that I only put into Black Desert to initially play it, whereas everyone else put in their $5 to go ahead and play their game. I wish. Oh, I wish. I paid $40 goddamn dollars to play Black Desert when it was new. And they're still scraping my wallet. They're still asking for more after all of that. Yeah, if it was like when the game first started, a lot of us just went with the $40 pack because we were convinced that, you know, all of the Reddit posts and everyone making their videos about how pay to win the game was going to be, it was going to be dead on arrival, and still here. Vacation. Yeah, Volo, I haven't had vacation in, oh man, I think the last time I had vacation was when I was a toddler. Like when my mom was still dressing my little ass. That's the last time I had a vacation. But yeah, that's another thing. You can put that $100 towards a vacation. Look at that. You can put your money towards a vacation and still get more value for the buck than that rod. I need Big Papa J to come back. You know, I need someone to lie to me about why I need to buy the package. Like, this is ridiculous. The game is best played free to play, no rush to get anything, get the best value that way. Exactly, like, they could have made that rod a loyalty item or an event. Like, anything to like really value the player, not try to reach into their fucking pocket for a rod. The damn rod of all things. Not a costume that can only be worn on a certain horse or a costume that can only be worn on a certain ship, and the other costume that you originally had cannot be placed on that ship either, so you have to go out and get the new ship skin. Oh yeah, and the character slot, yeah. So the new characters that they introduce is now a premium feature that costs $10. Yep. Exactly what I'm saying, especially for a new player. Either loyalty, silver, or even event items. You know, that could have been one way to do it. Throw it on it as a seasonal event, as a cool win rod. Cool. Now maybe I'm more incentivized to go out and buy the character slot to go start a new character to get my season done for that rod. But no, you dropped the ball there too. You dropped the ball there too. I don't even want to go out of my way to start a new season character just for these rewards and everything, because why? It sucks. Characters now cost money. The fishing rods that everyone keeps begging for gets less and costs more. $30 for a seasonal. At this point, they might as well start doing it. It's not only turning more and more into the whole AFK. It gives me the feeling of a mobile feel. Like they're slowly turning it into the mobile architect for like any type of MMO on that. At least for me. Everything is set up to go ahead and swipe for the time wall, or swiping for the convenience, swiping for an actual paywall, swiping for this, swiping for that, and majority of the actions are all just AFK and very limited interaction. Yeah, I know, it's 10 for the character, then it's another 3K for the season, another 3K loyalty just for the season. But hey, at least they give out the free costume, right? At least they'll give out everything for the combat. It's like kind of slowly turning into a 4K version of MapleStory. At least you can still access the content ESO. You have to pay to access new areas. My thing is like, if there is quality in the area, if there is a rhyme or reason, or if, you know, they took the time for the region, I would go ahead and pay for said region. I have no problem paying for content if said content is worth it. I have no problem. I have no problem paying for an expansion. No qualms about it. I don't know how many expansions in RimWorld I have now, and I have to get a new expansion. Like, sure, you can play the game without it, but if the content is worth it and all, I have no problem swiping my card. Like, that's fine. You know, maybe if they added a Lifeskilling, more designated Lifeskilling tune or something, I'd be more inclined to go out and get the character slot or anything. It's just, they don't do anything of the such, so I am not inclined to go out and swipe for it. The regions, yeah, cool, they're open and accessible, but if you don't have the gear, you're capped out of it anyway. You know, if you don't have or if you don't even do mob grinding, there's no reason for you to be out there now. So technically that region doesn't exist for you. It's just there. Yeah, character slots are $3. Yep, $3. Hey, booking. It's more about the respect that the company has for the player and their money. It's not the fact that, oh well, you know, you can still do this and you can still do that. It's the fact that, yeah, you can do it, but they force you to have to pay actual money to enjoy it like all the others. It's not like with mob grinding. Like, Lifeskilling's not like with mob grinding where they give out the shit for free. You're pretty much, you know, you're able to go ahead and grind out eventually into getting a new region. Oh, you know, I'll get the AP. I can go and grind over here. Blah, blah, blah. Lifeskilling, okay? Let's take Lifeskilling for an example. How long is it going to take you to grind up your... shit. I guess I don't have the llama or the hedgehog in there. Well, yeah, how long is it going to take you to play in game to get your hedgehog or your llama? Okay, so now you're already out of 2 times the amount that other players will go ahead and do. So there goes the enjoyment from there, knowing that you're making less money. And that's just, you know, for one example. I'm not even going to talk about the value packs. That's a whole separate fucking topic that we're not going to talk about. But in terms of like respecting the player and their money, nah. Like character slots of $3. Cool, great. As a life skiller, why would I need to? Why would I want to go ahead and spend it? Like maybe the loyalty, cool. You know, I'm more inclined to use loyalty, but actual real money for yet another mob class. And now I'm not inclined to do it. But either way, I should not have to pay for a character slot. You know, it could be done in-game, loyalty, you know, blah, blah, blah. Like, other games do it. Other games that are more successful and make more money than Black Desert does it that way. I can't use the excuse, oh, well, they're a company, they have to make their money. Other games that have larger populations, larger money, you know, larger blah, blah, blah. Like, sorry, it's just, it sucks. They throw in so much limitation. Yeah, like the newer modern games, they throw in so many limitations on the character slots and shit now. And most games now, they don't even give you a character slot. You are your own character. That's it. There's no other, oh, well, I got alts and blah, blah, blah. Like, you have to start a whole new account just to start a whole new character. Like, they're doing away with all of that. Yeah, these days they do. Yeah, I don't really care. I don't really care for it. Maybe if they went ahead and made something for the other aspects of the game, maybe I would, you know, shine more light into it, but I don't do mob grinding. I don't really care for PvE. Character slots are just useless for me. Yeah. You know, there are other players out there, you know, there are a lot of other players out there that are not wanting to pay $3 for a character slot. $3 to try out a character that I may not like. You know, I don't want to put $3 into a fucking game for a little slot. Like, I'm sorry. I have better justifications in putting money into getting food or paying rent or surviving than paying for a little character slot. But that's what I mean, like, if they would have, you know, add something for Lifeskilling, make me incentivized to want to go and get it. A character slot is a digital thing. It's like a couple KB. If you don't like the character, you try to slot, you make a different one, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but that's still not encouraging me to pay any money. Like, you're giving me all the options that I can do when I pay the money, but not giving me a real motivation to go ahead and pay the money. Like, everyone can go ahead and give me all the justifications on all of, like, oh, well, you could do this and you can do that, but they're not really justifications. Oh, well, you can delete it after. Okay, what's the motivating factor to go ahead and buy it? Like, as a life skiller. Like, for those who mainly life skilling, what's the motivating factor to go ahead and spend the $3 for a character? Like, yeah, you can tell me, like, oh, well, if you don't like it, you can just delete. I don't want to pay $3 to try out something and then delete it after and go ahead and play a new one. Like, you first have to hook me on trying to swipe my card first. You gotta hook me there. Like, maybe hook me and then lead me into you know, the just in case or anything of the such. Yeah, I can care less about the database and everything when I look at my wallet and I look in my fridge and I look at, you know, the dog who needs food and yeah, database, dog needing food. Don't care. They need me. I don't need them. Like, if you can convince me that I really, really absolutely need this or there's something like really, really beneficial, then I will be more inclined to buy it. But yeah, when a company kind of needs my money and they're not willing to convince me to go ahead and pay them their bills to feed their family, put the fries in the bag, bro. I'm not paying. They could have kept it on loyalty. They could have kept it to loyalty and blah, blah, blah. But like everyone says, they're a company. They need to make their money. They need to go ahead and charge everyone $100 for a fishing rod that only lasts for 30 days and $3 for a character slot. To pay to graduate. Pay to season. But if you're not willing to pay anything, you don't really do mob grinding, and you're not willing to delete any of the characters that you already have geared for, have set up and doing their own thing, it's just, Yeah, the new characters are mainly for those whales that are willing to spend the money. Yeah, like I said, I'm not going to financially support them. Like, if they're not able to make their bills meet or any of that and all that, it's not my problem. It doesn't affect me. You know, do better. Yeah, I'm the consumer. I'm the consumer. I don't have to sit there and pay anything. They need me. At the end of the day, like, their bills get paid off of my back. Why should I care? Make a reason for me to go ahead and swipe your card or swipe my card and pay your bills. You know, maybe I will. Joan, just please support us. Please support us. Please continuing to support us. $100 for a fucking rod that's not repairable. Problem is also the mentality. Yeah, there's also a different mentality too. KR is all about the pay to win. They enjoy it. They thrive in it. They live for it. Us over here, yeah, we don't like it here. Yeah, I know, which is why I'm not going to do it. And I don't care. And there's nothing that can be said to justify me not supporting a company and paying their bills and everything. Sorry. They have enough people to go ahead and pay their bills. Like, they don't need me. They don't need the handful of you guys paying for their kids' food and shit like that. Like, sorry. I gotta worry about my own needs. So I'm not paying for the sub. I'm not paying $40 every month to go ahead and keep my value pack and my blessing of the old moon and my commas. Like, fuck all that. No, I'd rather go support another company. You know, I'd rather help another like dev get their bag or whatever the fuck that they need. And that's why I don't apply for the partnership back at Black Desert again. The YouTube aspect is not exactly respected and or given the same quality as the Twitch streamers are. So at that point, no, I'm getting, I guess, pushed to the side while also getting my wallet reached into at the same time to go ahead and tell people to pay more money to them. I can't do it anymore, and I couldn't. And yeah, all of my life scaling goals, they kind of gave out for free too. So I'm really not inclined to go ahead and put money into something that, oh, I was working on that T9. Ha ha, gone. I'll pay for the permanent items if I deem it really, really beneficial for what I'm currently doing. But the value pack, that's too much money every month. The value, comma, and blessing, I can go ahead and buy a new indie game for the same amount. Yeah, the partner program has the subs that will go ahead and get paid for, you know, for free. That's about it. But again, I don't really see it being worth it. Yeah, you know, but it's like everyone has been arguing. They're a company, they deserve to get their money. So you have to pay your $40 every month opposed to every other game that is more successful paying $15 a month. And technically I paid $13 in RuneScape. So technically no. Not even like fucking $15 a month. So for the instance, difference from an electronic bill is because we need it and because it's a monopoly, a company and PA and every game is only providing entertainment. Oh, now you get none of mine. I'd pay 15, but yeah, I'd pay 15. Yeah, I have no problem paying the 15 for that. You know, I pay for my Eve subscription. I pay for my RuneScape. You know, when I'm sitting down and actually wanting to play them and enjoy the sub. But Black Desert 40? Oh yeah, yeah, I can. Exactly. But there's no way in hell that I'm gonna recommend anyone paying their 10 grand USD to buy everything in the Pearl shop. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, the best thing is I can go ahead and play off of the backs of all of the whales that are supplying the game for me. That's why I will always tell you guys, do not swipe your card, play off of those who are willing to go ahead and do it. So thank you, everyone. The whale players are basically supplying the welfare for all of us who refuse to pay. Like, for all of you guys who pay, you have the money, pay for your rod. Please, by all means, pay for your rod so I can continue playing my game absolutely free and unhindered. I will play off the backs of everyone. Fuck paying. Let's have everyone else pay. Hard time what they can make. Oh yeah, they have investors too. And they also have that one other company that they're selling too, that they're trying to auction off. CCP Games or something like that. So, you know, they're getting their money elsewhere. Like us as a consumer, fuck paying. We're basically renting their servers anyway. We're renting their data anyway. It's not even like we own anything. Like, nah, pay off or play off of those who are willing to pay. Fuck that. I'll be a little urchin. I think more players shouldn't be paying, so, you know, we can all just live off the backs of those streamers that are paying thousands and thousands of dollars a month. To be honest with you. Fuck yeah, exactly. Exactly, Poop. Just free to play and, you know, let everyone else pay for the server. Let everyone else pay for the quality. And then once the quality starts to drop, head to a different game that's willing to go ahead and respect you. Hell yeah, I love Eve for that too. Eve and RuneScape, they are great for going ahead and giving you the options to pay for your sub in-game or any way of the such. Like, they're great with that. They're also great with their paywall. It's either you don't pay and you either play with the fucking animals or you don't get to play a lot of the game. There's no, you can play, but we're going to limit everything that you do while you're playing unless you swipe. And only a certain aspect of the game, not the other half. I think everyone seems to really not remember the fact that, hate to break it to you, but life skilling is a whole other aspect of the game. It's not just mob grinding. You know, there's not, oh, well, you guys only make up like 10% of the fucking game. Like, it's a whole half, or I guess 1/3 of the game. Looking at it as a fucking pie chart. You can't charge only 1/3 of that on everything and not the others. That's not respecting your player base. That's not making me want to go ahead and support you. If anything, it really puts a bad taste in my mouth and makes me want to go ahead and jump into a bad free-to-play game, or a game where I have to sub in order to play, or hell, even pay a $40 early access little testing on a game that is probably going to fizzle out within the first half of a year before the release, opposed to like everyone seems to forget about that. It's like, oh well, the creator said that they go out and give everything free. We get everything. They made it a lot easier since the release is no longer pay to win. If you're out there slamming your face against the keyboard. Oh, you know what I'm talking about. You know damn well what I'm talking about. Hell, if... Oh wait, I'm pretty sure Path of Exile was like, what, $50? And I went ahead and bought that? Like... Sorry. It doesn't really convince me. I can start this, yeah. It really doesn't convince me, like, oh, I gotta pay for this package, or ooh, you know, that package is really enticing, or anything. Oh, I enjoyed it. Okay. It's great. It's not for everyone, but that's fine. I played it for a month, maybe a month and a half, and I can jump back in and I can continue playing. And I will still have that enjoyment. You know, I just been focused on other games. But it's like, all of this whole having to swipe for life skills is just a little too extreme for me. And I'd rather put my time and effort into other games that respect me, respect my purchase, respect my money. Remember, time is money. And if the game is not going to respect you for your time and your money, same. And no, we're not dooming and glooming. No, this is not, oh, the game is dying. We are in the best point that we've been in all year. We've had our highlight all year since, I guess, the Calpheon Ball. Yeah, someone has to, and it's not going to be me. It's not going to be me, and I'm not going to sit there and try to tell you guys to go out of your way and justify him, or to support him. I'm not about that, and I'm not going to lie to you, and I'm not going to try to sit there and play with your booty hole to make you believe in, you know, their lies or blah blah blah. Like, it's okay. If you want to support him, you go ahead. Saying, use your money wisely. Get your kids some food. Buy some like Pampers for your little fucking nappy headed ass baby. Like, other things that are more important than a lot of the purchases that they place on the life skilling aspect. Maybe if I was a mob grinder, I'd have more fun just going out and mob grinding, smashing my face against the keyboard. Look, numbers go up. But the part of the game that I like is locked behind a 90% paywall. And I'm only sitting comfortably as I am without any of my subs because I put so much actual money into my account. I'm a retired whale. Like, no shame in my game. I'm a retired whale. I've just dipped my waste into the whale waters to know how much PA really demands from Lifeskilling to know this game is the pay to win aspect of this game is not for me. Not anymore. I think what upsets me about it most is Black Desert is that the game is too much. Yeah, it has way too much potential, but they let it fall by the wayside and put more into the jeans and the hoodies and stuff that we can swipe for. Or the repairable or non-repairable time-limited fishing rods that we have to go ahead and swipe for. Like, you have so much potential. You have so many possibilities. We give so much feedback too. So much good feedback. And you squander it for the bag. Squander it for the bag. So much. You want money, 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 money. And look what happened when you went ahead and bought out CCP Games. Now you're having to auction it off because it's not making you the money that you thought it was going to be making you. If anything, it's costing you more money to run it than own it. That's why I say play off of the backs of those who are willing to go ahead and pay their couple grand a month. But we are in the highest point that we've been in a very, very long time. So with EVE Online, their issue is they have a great way in theory, but the way that they practice it is just fucking ridiculous. It's borderline like special needs. Like the being able to go ahead and buy your sub and everything, that works great. That does wonders and all. It's just the power creep and the inability to go ahead and address the power creep. You know, all of the changes that they make are mainly focused on one aspect of the game, which kind of kills off the other aspects of the game, which drives up the price of the Plex, which forces people to either swipe the card or really, really, really get hot and sweaty into playing the game. And it's just, they could be where Black Desert is in terms of the cash shop. I guess not the, how do I term it? They could be making more like how we do over here at Black Desert if they put more meaning into the cash shop purchases, or just the way to go ahead and get the cash shop like currency. Like, I don't really mind the PvP in EVE. You know, it was just the thrill of going out and having a chance of making the money and, you know, having a chance of getting the Plex and everything, until you start to really dive into the game and realize, like, in order to get the Plex, you have to multi-box. And they kind of made the game to where you have to multi-box. Like, they could have done so much more, but they tied the multi-boxing into getting the Plex and the power creep to where the Plex is like so fucking expensive, and then you have to pay for this and pay for that, to the point where it's like, for an average player, you are really turned off by it and you leave. And a lot of the players, they're getting turned off by more and more of the changes to where they're leaving. The wars don't really matter. Yeah, I've lost way too many Navy Vexers to really go back to the PvP aspect. I'll occasionally dabble in the free-to-play mining, but the power creep does not add any enjoyment to it. If anything, that power creep really kills all of the fun factor, and CCP Games knows all about it, and their adjustments, they adjust other aspects, like mining. Mining was a perfect example of the power creep and just no way to actually survive in the game as a miner unless you are part of a big corporation out there in soft space, or you multi-box with more than 5. What was their solution to that? Add a PvP zone for the mining. Okay. That wasn't the solution. So what was their bright solution for that? Well, go ahead and add the SOV mining. Okay. Now, for all of the other parts of space, that did not solve shit. The whole issue is SOV space and the power creep and needing to multi-box and anything to really stand out or join these corporations where when they wage war, it's a bunch of posts on Reddit, name calling in the chat, and maybe a ship or two will stand on a gate, and that's it. Like, there's no money being lost. There's no materials being lost. There's nothing being done, and it's just slowly stagnating. And every year, they go ahead. We have a better change. We have this idea, and it doesn't do anything, and you're not inclined to want to plex or anything. Like, they could incentivize ways and, you know, get it more into the whole Black Desert feel. It's just they do good with what they do, and they fail with everything else. And Black Desert fails at everything else and does good with their life skilling and their combat. And life skilling to a point. Life skilling to a point, I'm sorry, but Arcade had their fishing, New World had all of their life skilling, like the immersion aspect to it. Eve has their marketplace. The availability to life skill and the sandbox-ness of the game just is what makes Black Desert stand out for us gatherers and crafters. I'm not talking about mob grinders. You know, you guys got your active combat and all that good shit. I'm mainly talking about my aspect of the game where I know about the game, not mob grinding or PvP. That you guys cannot argue with me about that. I don't know. I don't care. You'll be basically arguing with yourselves over there on that one, because I'm going to stare at you, blink one eye, and be like, what? I don't get it. Okay, silver for our bottles. Check. And let's ship out some things. Silver is going over to Glish. We got to make more of our yellow bottles. Next, we have... I'm going to hold on to the copper. I'm going to hold on to that so I can melt down more as I go. Yeah, it's super fun to life skill. It's not perfect, exactly. It's not perfect, but it's the only game like it. No other game can compete with it right now. And until another game can at least try to scratch the surface, it's just the only one. Arcade was in the running to be able to compete, but they dropped the ball on that. New World, you guys see New World, they dropped the ball on that. Like, there's no other game that gives you the availability and the availability at any time and a variety of availability. There we go. Like Black Desert does, like no one else does. You know, I used to play World of Warcraft a lot before Black Desert came out, but it started becoming a space shooter on rails, a theme park on a short little track. You know, you go from point A to point B. That was it. You know, and then this came out, Arcade came out, and it was no longer point A to point B. It was, well, here's a blank notebook, and the cover is basically telling you what the game's about. Have fun. Well, where do I start? What do I do? It was like Ark. You know, when Ark first came out and there was no story, you didn't know what the fuck was going on. You just knew you woke up on a beach and... okay, I guess I'm gonna build me a house. I'm gonna punch that dinosaur in the fucking head because he looked at me the wrong way. I don't know what I'm doing, but fuck it, I'm gonna do it. Like, no other game comes close to Black Desert in that aspect. I was hoping ESO would go ahead and do that. But it just, when it came out, it was a space shooter on rails. I'd done better, but still it does not have that Elder Scroll feel to it. You know, that open world, I can do whatever I want, whenever I want. There's a wide variety of things that I could do if I want. It started out good intentions. It's just not there. Like Fallout 76. You know, great intentions. It's just lacking everything that made Fallout Fallout, while still being Fallout. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, you can do much more in Fallout 3 and Fallout 4, but yet, you know, they try to make Fallout 76 seem like there's a lot more activity or people or blah, 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 knowing damn well, sorry, you're being limited because you're on an MMO and, you know, there's only so much you can do. You have to limit shit. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, lazy. That's the best term to put MMOs these days. They've gotten lazy. The scope and the idea are big, but the actions are just lazy. Like, you know that they can do better. You see the quality there that could be better, but it's just, they're lazy. Lazy execution, poor execution. You play ESO since it came out, played it starting at like 2000, left it, kept playing ESO, came back, BDO 3 months ago, and you like it now? Yeah, I've been playing BDO since the game first came out. I have the early bird title. Your boy is an OG veteran. NA all day. Like, I've seen the changes, the different eras in Black Desert. I've lived through them. I'm like one of those old Vietnam veterans. I could tell you like some really horrible fucking stories that only like a veteran can go ahead and tell you because the history books don't just get it right. Like that type of OG veteran. Oh yeah, the whole story fucking sucks, but best quality of life. Like the wells. Just 2003 onwards was a huge changing, a whole new era for Black Desert. Like 2018 to, or between 2018 and 2019 was a whole new start of a new era. The Sahara? I miss being out here, and oh my god, this place is like so magical. Now it's so fucking dead. No one's out here mining. I remember back in the days when there'd be like 4 or 5 people over here trying to cycle through the rotation. I'm hoping with the new changes coming with the alts, it'll get more players inclined to get their alts or jump to their alts and just have more players elsewhere other than a fucking beach. I was playing RuneScape last night before I lost the internet, and even looking around at this day and age, everywhere is more populated. I jumped on a less populated world to go ahead and take some items and shit, and it is still more populated than Black Desert gives me. Started a fresh account just to try the new experience from nothing at all, and it was pretty. Oh yeah, they've made strides on making the game a lot easier and more accessible for the newer players and making more understandable, which is why, you know, they're doing their first little wave of the early game experience for this year. I guess the first half of the summer. Back in the day, 1 mil used to be 1 mil. Now 1 mil is like 30K. Yeah, exactly. The inflation. The inflation, man. That's why I always complain about harpoon fishing. Harpoon fishing used to be the end game activity that any fisherman would strive to go out and do because that 200 mil ghost whale. Like, what? Now, I'm sorry. I get 200 mil for fucking logging in and it still doesn't equate to anything. Yes and no. Yes and no. I mean, some games will go ahead and do a good job with battling inflation. Other games will go ahead and just say fuck it and leave it where it is. Like EVE Online. And other games will try to go ahead and do something about it, only to make it worse, like with Black Desert. Oh, inflation, power creep, all of that. Oh, here's what we'll do. We'll add cron stones into it. Oh, and by the way, we'll make it so that cron stones can be bought with real money. How's that changing the power creep? How's that changing any money? Like, nothing's being... Now, silver is not being moved. Like, if there was a slow trickle, now there's not. I can swipe my card and not have to deal with any of the silver. Nah, like... They could do so much work on it, and it could, you know, be beneficial, but that money, though, gotta get that bag. Like, fucking 1 mil. Yeah, like, look at EVE Online. Like, if they battled their power creep and changed how the wars are fought or how soft spaces like acted or something to really incentivize you throwing materials out and having to go and buy more or spend more or just anything of the such, you know, it would go ahead and make EVE a more tolerable game, and I'm pretty sure a lot more people would go and play a lot more. But it's like they're not doing anything about it. And then Black Desert over here is like, hey, this whole aspect of the market, there's no stock being moved. No one's wanting to do anything with it. Can we get some, like, change of the values? Sure, here's what we'll do. We'll go ahead and increase the value of all these other items. Okay, but, there's no reason to make this dish because this item is not really usable anymore. Oh, okay. We'll hear you. We hear you. So we're gonna go ahead and increase your massa procking of the cooking. This material is not worth anything. Can we see the value increase from 20K to 30K, or from 100 mil to, I don't know, say 2K, anything? Oh, yeah, sure. If you swipe your credit card... The Pearl Abyss logic. Do you not feel the game is better than what it... In some ways, yeah. In some ways, no. The variety of things that you used to be able to go out and do and have enjoyment and be able to make money from it and or do any type of progression from it used to be a lot better back then. Now everything is simplified and unified. The great term that Pearl Abyss likes to throw out there. Simplified and unified. Dumbed down and made easier for the newer players, which is needed. The game's been out for so long, you kind of have to make everything more accessible. It's just, in making it more accessible, you lose the identity of what made it really shine. Yeah, let's not remember Cacao's logic. But hey, hold on, Wah. Hold on. You don't want to say that too loud. You might piss off the Chrono Odyssey group. You know this is Cacao's first game and all. Oh, the ones I made. Wait. Fucking money capped. Yep. The weight, the energy, the interaction on anything life skilling, the blueprints was made by Cacao. Unified blood? Don't I want unified blood? Are they actually going to unify the blood? Because I don't know about you, when they unified the blood and the meat. What does unify mean? Unification definition, please. The process of being united or made into a whole. The process of making all of those meats into one meat. Meat unification. Let me check the blood. Let me check the blood unification. Let me see if I liked that unification. Let me check all the different types of bloods. Hold on. Which one's unify? Oh, well maybe this. Well maybe that's the process of being united or made whole. Hold on. Let's see. In context of Black Desert, unification likely refers to the concept of merging or simplifying. Damn. Okay. Oh, yeah. That was back in June 2024 that they were talking about that, right? They promised that like a while ago, right? No, they were. That's what I'm joking about. They were. That was their unification. They added a tooltip to it. It's been a running joke on this channel for such a long time. They unified the traces. They actually legitimately unified the traces and the fruits. That's the only two that they legitimately unified. All of the other unification came with a adding on the tooltip. That was it. It's been such an ongoing joke here at this channel. Like, just bringing it up is a fucking joke. Yeah, that was a year ago that change came out. Not that was hinted on. Not that they said that it was going to come out. That it actually came out. No, that... Okay, hold on. Update. Let's see when that update was. All right, so July 11th. I'm looking at the July 11th. Hold on, give me 1 second. Changes, party shrine changes. Oh wait, no, these are the new glab. I don't need the new glab. I need the old patch notes. The unification, and I don't want to watch fucking Chris Poley. Blood and meat. Oh, sorry. It was January 21st, 2023. But if you don't believe me here, let me link my own fucking video that I made. Let me link the own. Here, let me just save you the time and effort of trying to go ahead and argue about it, because I just don't understand what the unification and everything's all about. Like, they made this whole entire thing just break down my whole video for you, like showing when that whole change came out last year. It was like the stupidest fucking thing. If you want, I can even put up Chris Foley's video too, you know, saying and showing the exact, it already came out, and that was their version of unification. So I said, it's been a fucking joke. That whole topic is a whole utter joke. For more than 10 fucking years. Yeah, no, sorry, but like it's already currently done. It's already done. It's already out. That was their iteration of it. That's why I'll always joke about, is this really unifying? Like during their stupid Heidel ball, when they kept talking about, oh, look, chat, they're unifying. There's that term. Oh man, look, chat, they're unifying the crystal. No, they're adding a whole new crystal. That's not unifying the crystals. They're adding a whole new one. We even read the whole entire like note about it, the patch note about it, or the Heidel ball patch notes about it, or summary or whatever the fuck. Like, they're not even unifying. They're adding a whole new crystal. So how the fuck you just say, oh look, chat, they're unifying? Why are you still using that goddamn term? That term has become a goddamn joke. Like, do you guys even know what that term is? Like, if you're adding a whole new crystal, that's not merging and combining the other two. That's, look, chat, they're adding a new, not unifying. That's my current joke, or that's the joke about this whole entire thing. No, seriously, we really need to tell him to stop reading the PA scripting and everything. Like, talk to us like we, you know, like how he would see it, or explain it how he would go ahead and perceive it or something. Because, like, I'm sorry, being told fucking the crystals are being unified when they're just adding a whole new like crystal that will act as like the two combined is not unifying. That's adding a whole new crystal. It just so happens to act like the other two combined. But yeah, we know, we really need to tell him, like, bro, stop using unifying. Stop. The U word is no longer allowed. Like, stop. Unify BDO mobile, BDO PC. No, they did unify it. It all has Black Desert's name. It has the same classes, right? Unified. Oh. Let's not even get started with the simplify. Let's not even get started with the simplifying, because when they talk about simplifying, they're talking about, again, adding a tooltip. Sorry. Weren't they simplifying farming and the seeds? Oh shit. That didn't make it even more simple. They added one more extra step to it. That's addition. Again, adding, again, addition. You added one extra step into the problem, not simplified the problem into one step. You didn't unify all of the problems into one main problem. You just added one extra step into the problem. Yeah, I think we should start making a bingo card. If there's any bigger creator that happens to stumble upon any of this dumb rambling, like next year for the Calafion ball or the Heidel ball or anything, can we please get a bingo card that has them using simplify, unify, and or please support us? Those three goddamn terms. Those terms right there. Make a token, yet basically meaningless change to appease life skillers who don't research changes. It's not even that. Like, how are you gonna, you said you're unifying something. How is throwing a tooltip on it unifying it? You still have to go out and get all of the different types of meat anyway, or the different types of blood. How is that simplifying it? I guess I should do my research and really figure this one out, because apparently I don't think I know what the word simplify and unification means, because apparently adding a tooltip is what it should be like. They did great with the traces and the fruits, like fucking dumbing down the 10 into 1. That's great. But I'm still waiting for all of the other unifications and simplifications and everything that was supposed to be added, because all I seen was a tooltip. It's like when I was out there gathering for the flamingo blood, because it was a lot cheaper than the troll blood. You know, maybe if they would have, you know, condensed it into just one blood, like exotic blood or lower quality blood or something of the such, and, you know, if you went out and did the giant animals, you got that one type of blood. You did the smaller animals, you got the other type of blood. That would be simplifying or unifying or anything of the such. But no, I am not done talking about my goddamn flamingo blood. Ever since they came out with the simplification and the unification back in 2023, this has been a sore goddamn topic that I swear every fucking month I always bring it up at least once or twice, okay? At least once or goddamn twice. I'm not gonna end off with this goddamn fucking flamingo blood until they finally address this goddamn flamingo blood. All right. It used to be fun going out there and gathering for the other items and shit, because there was a variety and there was a meaning to it. But now, after this whole damn fucking simplification and everything, like, it killed the desire, it killed the need, and it didn't do anything. It didn't do anything, but it basically forced players not to want to go out there and do any of it. If you look at the alchemy stone, it will normally tell you, like with this one here, it'll tell you it could be polished with the special crops or the high quality crops, fuel, oil, blood, reagent. Basically just go into your, I guess, alchemy supplies and take a look at the oil. I guess oil or regen or whatever. See, which one does this one say? Does it really say? No, but we're about to find out. Let's pull out 10 of those, 10 of those, 10 of those, and see if there's going to be a different repair. So, see, you can use the oils, you can use the bloods. And are you talking about, what's it called? With these ones, or are you talking about with the Khan's heart? Because you can easily use the mystical spirit powder if it's the Khan's heart or like the trans tier. That's going to be the cheapest way out of all of it too. I mean, I go for the spirit powder because I just get it when I'm doing alchemy. So it's just accumulating. It's free. Literally, it's free. I have not bought any of it. I have not done anything for it. Just I'm out there doing alchemy and I'm getting it. I haven't even used my clown's blood either. Like, I have the clown's blood for it. You know, the sinner's blood for it. I just find that as much spirit powder as I gave out, or all of the blue grade spirit stones that we can grind down, you get a ton of the spirit powder, making it cheap and free. If you go out there and do the polyphars gathering, you know, doing the mushroom killing for the chance to gather them, you know, the mob grinding, then you get those stones easily. and then you can just grind them down and it's free powder. But it only applies to the Contart, the Trans Tier, the lesser stones like that, and not the actual spirit stones, the actual really OP alchemy, like destruction, life, or protection stones. The only limitation. Yeah, exactly. You know, grind them down and boom. Free repair material, and you don't have to worry about the cost of the clown's blood or the material cost, or even if you can use those for anything else. Okay, totally off topic. Where in Nox are you fishing for the contest fish this week? NA? Which fish? Which fish? Which fish? Which fish are you going for? Oh, the catfish. Catfish, long snout. Doesn't really matter. Oh, hold on. I gotta exit out of that. Okay. So it doesn't really matter. I normally fish right... normally where everyone else fishes. Just right here. Right here. Or you can go in Elton. If you fish... it has to be over on this part of the bridge this way. If you're fishing over here, you're getting a whole different table. But if you fish from this part of the bridge onwards, you get this fish table here. So keep that in mind. Anything past this side, out of the fish table. That goes for everything. I think maybe minus there, but any water to this side of Mountain of Eternal Winter region is not going to get you the fish that you need. You need the red and the blue, both Nox fish, you think? Probably, I think so. The red handfish can be found, I want to say, like, right over top of, Sycra. Like, off the top of my head, I think right over top of Sycra would be your best bet. Or you have over there, you know, near the, Tigris Island, Medea region. Got the Sazan area. I personally stick to Sycra. If I'm thinking that's the red handfish, I can find out. It's not gonna tell me. I hate that it doesn't close. Yeah, I want to say you can get it over here. Let's take a quick look at the Videolytics map and find out. All right, red handfish, red. And yeah, best place to get it would be over there at you could do Arsha, but Nox has more of the prize grade fish though. That's why everyone's fishing out at Nox. But Arsha also has the same thing too. Oh, I guess they're same shit. Different table. Yeah, you're not really seeing a huge difference or any difference, so I normally stick to Sycra. And I haven't really been keeping up on the fishing contest, to be honest with you. I've been out at the beach. You have a question, might be dumb, but the price of memory frags being expensive. If you try to tap your peon and you leave them at 50 or 40 without repairing, does it affect the stats? No, it does not. And with everything affecting the memory prices being affected, I would go ahead and take all of those ancient relics that you get from fishing and take the time to do that bullshit grind for you know, getting your memories like that. I mean, if you take a look, yeah, right here. If you take a look, there's 621. Just checked on what the event count. Fish still there the whole time. Yeah, I stopped doing the event. Yeah, do that grind. Definitely do the grind and save yourself the cost. Hell, even going out and buying the ancient relics is a lot cheaper than going out and buying the memory. You just have to remember it'll take time. Exactly, gaming. I'm with you on this one. I have to turn around and do my ancient relic shards because I've been stockpiling and I just sold 900. I kind of want to get more of the memory fragments now. I need to do repairs after my little foray with Manos taps yesterday that resulted in basically fucking nothing. Except for the Freon that I got. I will admit, at least I did get a Preon. You know, not much of anything. All right, what do we got? More stone. More stone for the masses. Throw the stone in here. We're at almost 70k. You turned 10k broken bottles in last night. I have 600 that I have to turn in. I have 666 with 100 and maybe 290 of the fairy's breath. I'm just chilling. I use it as I go, and I will tap up things as people go ahead and suggest that I tap up shit. Should get a relic group. Just no one likes doing the ancient relics. No one really likes doing them. We gotta set a day up to do that. Us life skillers here on the channel. Just do a group ancient relic scroll grind day. Just when he thought he was done with the Manos taps, your boy had to jump back in and waste 6 bill. No, unfortunately, we do not know yet. Once we get a better idea, or at least it gets posted up in the global lab, trust, I will be making a video on it. It's just right now there's really nothing. All we got is a little screenshot, maybe a day, and maybe a look of what the icon would be. I guess there's not really much to go by. Yeah, that's why I'm like, we really need to make a day of just going out for them. You got 7 contributions, so it needs to be used. You were drained after getting booted from the guild and matchlock hunting for 4 fucking hours. Damn, it's been a while since I've done that shit. Don't I have something to tap today? No. No, you have something you have to tap today. I have nothing I have to tap today. And we can go to Shaka. You're good online, Blood, for a moment? Oh, hell yeah. Oh, yeah. Is Bear Blood the same? Because if Bear Blood is counted as the troll, the ogre, and the lion, then I might be good on it. All right, before I get started, let me use the bathroom real quick before my timer goes ahead and expires. I'll be right back, everyone. Don't drink coffee. I'm not gonna tap anything. I'm really not gonna tap anything. I'm fucking bullshit, motherfucking tapping shit again. Okay, here we go. Let's find a blacksmith and fry our eyes out. Oh, I also need to get the materials together before I run back out there to do anything. Let's get at least enough to go ahead and let's throw a little bit in there. All right, so let's get rid of these because I'm gonna teleport back after I get my crons. Cronny cron. Blacksmith, blacksmith, blacksmith. You're gonna be in there. Yep. Double check, make sure. Okay, 19. Okay, cool. I do have enough. Let's repair, and I'll head back out to the desert to do any of the tapping. Or not any of the tapping. I'll do de-tapping. Oh, shit. Doing the wrong shit. Yeah, one tap. Just one tap. Just one singular tap. Damn it, I forgot. I knew I was gonna forget something. I knew I was gonna forget something. Alright. 200 of these. Oh, blackstone powder. That's right. No pressure. Just a singular pen attempt on our Tetrion. Nah, lovely. We know that doesn't work. If that would have worked, I would have tapped up my shit already. I would already be a one and done. I wouldn't have 4 previous attempts already placed on it. Oh, boy can dream, right? We'll do... It's like, what? 19. We'll do 2 more. Yeah, I would love it. Especially after having a rough couple days. Like, give me that tap. Give me that tap. Let's go. Just need 20, and we can do the one tap. The one tap of shame. And all these hides that you have no workshop for anymore. Yeah, that could be a pain. I have to get my workshop back in Valencia. Here we go. Bye, bye, bye. Continuing where we left off. I need zinc. Yeah, I need to melt down my zinc. That's what I was currently doing. $4.33 on the event fish. Fuck. Lucky you. I gave up. Nah. I already knew it was gonna fail. I already had a sneaking suspicion that it was gonna fail. That's what I was like, no. After tapping up that Prion, I used up all of my RNG, all of my good rolls. So now it's just maybe it'll go, maybe it won't. Or no. Maybe it'll go. Most likely it won't. I forgot how my luck usually is. So not that good. That was an epic day. No cron, raw tapped. That's normally how I do though. I don't cron my manas. Like that's such a fuck. That's a waste. Oh, nice. Okay. AFK the whole time. That's not bad. Especially for not being in town, you can still make the 4.33 bill just on the event fish alone. Like, come on. Pat yourself on the motherfucking back. I did 2.4 bill between the event fish and the red grade fish in the 2 days that I was fishing there. Well, technically 3 days that I was fishing there because I tried to fish there last night, which resulted in pretty much garbage. 90 mil. That's all I got for 8 hours. So, you know, it's leaning more into the worker empire, and maybe today I might try my luck at doing the contest fishing. Yeah, I have to do that. Like, I really have to do that. And speaking of which, thanks for reminding me about the title drafts. I have to put more in my bag. Damn it. Ooh, no, I need more zinc. Let's check. How many do I have on me? 16. All right, so let's put in 4. Totally spaced my mind. Let's move in 4, and I need more of the Elton or the Marvelous. Oh, I need 1 more. Okay, so hold on, let me see. I gotta balance the weight out because I'm not willing to buy more. Yeah, that whole fucking prerequisite steps and everything, I hate it. Managed to get 5 starfish, but the last 2 days you've only managed to get the usual. Even the jellyfish aren't coming. Why don't you pick up after maintenance? It's just RNG, bro. Watch. It'll pick up right as you say, or it'll pick up right before. Like right before fucking maintenance hits, it'll start picking up and boom, server down. Yeah, the title drafts are not exactly fun to go out and craft at all. Like each step of them just fucking sucks. Like getting the essence of tides sucks. Making up your title draft fucking sucks. You know, needing to use the blue title with your stupid swaying wind shards if there's no swaying wind shards fucking sucks. It's not even tinfoil. It's just your luck. And going by my luck, You'd be that lucky. You'd just be that lucky. Pet neck and belt, and try the rest for you. Once I get this done, I can move on, get my alts made up with their Prion, and then it's the long process of finally trying to tap up. I'm not settling with pen. I want my name on this shit, and I want that plus 12. That plus 12% experience. That's what I'm mainly going for. Oh, here, let me help you out with your fishing contest. All right, let me help you out, get you sorted on what you should be doing and how you should be doing it. All right, so now, if you take a look, no, you get your name at Sep or Heck? I got 2 more, I think. 2 more enhancement levels to go. All right, so now if you're looking at the fishing contest, okay? Every region will be different. NA, EU, KR, C region, all of it, blah, blah, blah. All of it will be different, okay? So make sure to check your region to see which fish they are. But they'll normally give you the red grade, yellow grade, blue grade fish. And in that fish, if you're trying to fish that first day, there's not going to be the rankings here. You're not going to be able to hover your mouse over. And as you can see, if you go move your mouse over spot 1, 2, and 3, it'll tell you a general idea of where to go out and fish for it. Like over here, windmills, perch, windmills, perch, windmills, perch, Noxie, Noxie, Noxie. It's not going to tell you exactly where. But now, this is where cool little websites like, hold on, let me pull this up for you really, really fast. Where you have cool little websites like bdolytics.com, where you can enter in whatever fish that you're looking for, like the red handfish right here. And you can see the red handfish, it will be highlighted over here. There's no rates on telling you how you're gonna, or how easy it is gonna be to catch it or whatever, but, you know, oh, it's ox. Okay, cool. But it'll tell you the area to go and fish it. Now, in order to increase the chances of getting any of these grades of fish, you'll have to equip your fishing setup differently. So for your red grade fish, you obviously know prize grade fishing, triple float rod, AFK, or the durability. No increasing your rare fish or the high quality fish catch chances, just going in with straight durability or AFK or both. Your yellow grade, you're going to want to put on your gear that increases your rare fish catch chance, and you're just going out fishing. Same with the high quality. Throw in all of your high quality gear on and do the fishing. Now, depending on the area, I do not recommend doing your active fishing. Like, say, if it requires you to be fishing over there at Velia Beach or anything exhausted, set up your AFK, fish all day. Now, if it's in a spot where you know that you can have a chance of getting a good amount of money while active fishing, like over here with the red handfish, then I suggest, you know, getting your triple float rod, your durability, and fish. You know, you can fish active or you can set up your AFK, but just, you know, it's really plain simple. It starts from Monday to Saturday. Sunday, they collect the rankings and they get the new fish started to be fished out for. So, as you can see here, Monday to Saturday, midnight. And then the Sunday records are not counted. Monday, it'll go ahead, restart. There is no real way to increase the weight of the fish that you get. It's all random. So you're just fishing and praying for the best. Yeah, you need at least one, and it has to at least rank on, you know, it has to at least be weighted enough to get on the ranking. Now, with the rewards that they give out every Saturday after the contest is done, if you get up to 300, 101 to 300, You get 1 bill worth of gold bar, 3 essence of tides to make up your little 3 deep blue title drafts, 3 marvelous, and the 10 concentrated. And then as you work up, it'll go ahead and increase how much you get, with the 1, 2, and 3 spots getting the title tokens, which is the way to get your new fishing furniture, which will go ahead and increase your fishing mastery by 100 for 10 hours upon use. And that applies for the pink dolphin sculpture too. And I'm not sure if these will stack on using, so that's just something to keep an eye out for if you guys are trying to do the contest. But as you go up, you get more money, with me getting a total of 4.5 bill on just the 3 gray boxes alone. And you will get rewarded for each ranking. So if you get like rank 1 on the red, rank 3 on the yellow, and rank 100 on the fucking blue, you will get each, you know, whatever box you got the ranking for. So it's not just, oh, you got rank 1 on the red, so that's the highest one you get, that's the only box you get. No, if you get ranked here, you get that. If you get ranked here, you get that. If you get ranked here, you get that. Yeah, it's a little incentive to go out there and do the fishing contest. So for everyone that's sleeping on it, and you know, you think that, oh, well, I can go out and make more money out at Velia Beach or Tigers, just keep in mind doing the fishing contest. Not only if you get lucky do you get the money for whatever fishing area that you're fishing in, but you also get the money on the rewards. And if you're really, really, really lucky enough to get into the top 3, you can get the furniture eventually to go ahead and maximize how much fishing mastery that you're getting, just in case you don't want to do that whole mastery enhancing, trying to build up your gear, the price of it and all. It's a nice little alternative. I just don't know if it'll stack, all right? Just keep that in mind. Yeah, I keep a plus 10 of everything on me just in case. You never know if you're going to get the inkling to want to go out and, say, do your AFK fishing. You want to go do your hotspot fishing, your rare fish, big fish, or I guess high quality fish now. I just keep that in there for the shits and giggles. And lastly, where are you? Do I not have any of my triple floats? Or are they in my bags? Triple. Yeah, they're in my bags. I knew they were in there somewhere. That's why PA selling us a $30 pay-to-win rod after maintenance. We're all contest winners now. Nope, not even. Not even, because if you were a contest winner, that means you'd be able to get 2 of those little statues, which gives you plus 200, which means you're still not a fucking contest winner. You still got a consolation prize. You got that participation ribbon still. And Lovely, it's $100. It's $100 timed. Oh, I'm not getting into this again. But still, you get the option of getting both of those statues. So technically, you have that plus 200, though you cannot proc it at the same time. So technically winning the contest is still more beneficial than paying $100. The fucking toddler cron rod. We're fucking leasing that shit. Yeah, $100. You know, when you term it like that, $100 fucking consolation prize, Yeah, I'm making metal. Thank you for changing the subject. Nope, nope. Thank you. Yeah, so what I'm doing with my rough stone is I am making the metal solvents and stuff, you know, getting all of that together to go ahead and make up more manos, get my T10 attempts done, and not pay $100 for a fucking fishing rod that is only gonna last for 30 goddamn days, even though they could have made it for loyalty and did it completely free and really respected the player's time and hard-earned money. I'm done. I'm done with the rant. I'm done with it. We're not bringing up that damn toddler leased rod. No. Like, it's embarrassing. Like, it's fucking embarrassing. I'd rather accept sailing in RuneScape, old school RuneScape, before I accept the price of that goddamn dollar. The $100 rod. Yeah, no, go back on Chris Poley's video. No, I'm gonna edit a video down reacting to it or whatever. And I'm gonna post it up because I did record all of that. Just going down that whole rod. I recorded it all to get it edited down to show you, but oh no, it's 10k A coin. 10k A coin. What does 10k A coin cost? What does 10k A coin cost? Because I don't know about you, but 10k A coin is fuck me, 100 goddamn dollars. 100, and we're still on this goddamn rod. We're still on this If it was $10, I would be more inclined to do it. If it was included on like the season, I would go ahead and I would do it. But 10k A coin, I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't know how they do their whole A coin. I'm hoping that's why I said earlier, there should be enough time and feedback given to go ahead and have them change it around for NA, because, you know, KR eats that shit up like it's candy. But over here on NA, that's just a lot of money to not justify leasing out a dollar store rod. Like, I'm sorry. So I told everyone, stop asking for a fucking Manos rod. Every time you guys ask for a Manos rod or you bring up Manos fucking rods and any type of fishing rods, anytime you ever ask it or bring it up to PA, we get this dumb shit here. What happened with the Grandpa Kron's rod? Please, can you give us a Manos rod now? Cool wind rod, half durability, tied in the season. Oh, damn. Okay, well, okay. Now can we get a Manos rod? I used up my rod. Now can we get it? Oh, yeah. Sure. 30-day limit, non-brandable, non-repairable, 2k durability, and it makes you looking like, I don't know, you're better off shoving your ball sack in a blender. You'd probably get more entertainment from that. I'm really hoping it's the $10 over here in NA. If it's the $10, I can justify going. Hold on. If there's another sale going on that benefits me putting in $10, then I can go, okay, cool. Buy this and get your rod. But I swear, if there is no benefit to it, if there's no reason to go out of your way to put in the $10 and they're still asking you to put in that $10, Don't get me started with unifying. Don't get me started with PA and their fucking bad translations. I'm flabbergasted at that. I'm really hoping they can unify and simplify the package into its own thing and add it on to and they'll add it on. They'll simplify it, unify it down into its own package, and then add it on to something. And then add it on. Yeah, no. I'm waiting to see it. I'm waiting to see it. I'm just so... I don't even know what to fucking think. I don't even know what to think. Like, I just hope the translation is bad. I'm hoping that because they know the difference between NA, EU, and KR's, yeah, Fuking, I think it's going to be the 10. I think they understand the difference between each region and what they can go ahead and push to us. If they don't, though, like, that's going to be the most funniest thing ever. That's going to be the most funniest thing ever, and I think I'd have to go ahead and clip this very moment when I bring it up, just to laugh at it again. It's going to be really embarrassing. Just, come on, PA. Come on. To a point, Fukin. To a point. Now, if they go ahead and, like, say they throw the Azure Dragon in on sale, or say like the Hedgehog or the Llama, you know, anything of the such to really make you want to go ahead and put that money in. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. It's going to be on the $10 because it's like 10K in Korea is like $7 American. So, you know, I'm hoping it's just us getting a little bit too ahead of ourselves. You know what I mean? But I just hope that it's not just the rod, you know, like if they add anything, let's see, like, okay, you know, sales like that, that's fine. It justifies going ahead and putting in the $10 to, oh, I can get another fence. Cool. Great. You know, maybe if they add the pets that you guys need. But just going out and getting paying for the 10 for the rod itself, I can't justify that. The Grandpa Kron's rod, by all means, swipe until your heart's content. Ask PA to let you swipe more than once. Like, that rod, yes, I can justify going ahead and paying to win and being a motherfucking whale. But a repairable or non-repairable, non-brandable 2K durability rod that only lasts 30 days. There has to be something a little bit more that I have to want to go for in order to really justify putting that $10 in general, just that $10. That's what I mean. Like, they're not really respecting the time, the money is time aspect of their player base. Like, if they don't really do a sale or anything to really give us anything back more for it, like, it's like the character swaps. For you. Yeah, and only if it's on sale. I couldn't even justify it, like, if the item is not on sale or there's no coupon. Because I know that's a waste of money. I can do so much more if I had, you know, a coupon, you know, 20% coupon. Oh, there's also a sale going on. 20 on 20 on 20. What? But full price? No, I can't really justify myself going out and getting it, you know? Yeah, pay to win fairy is just, I told you, anything that involves the life skilling portion of the game is tied behind a paywall. Like, sure, you can do your free to play. You don't have to really put any money in, and you can still do your life skilling, but it's like with RuneScape or like with EVE Online. If you're not willing to pay and play like the rest of the whales, you are not going to be able to do as much or anywhere near what every whale is doing. Plain and simple. Just sucks because like it's only 1/3 of the pie that they do that for, and then they give out everything free for all of the mob grinders and the PvEers or PvPers. Sorry, my bad. Minus crons. I'm not talking about the crons. I'm talking about all of the little event things that they give out. You know, all the little free things. Not this category here. If you're willing to pay the $30 extra. 30 extra motherfucking. Sometimes it's I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes I'm really sitting there looking at that pass like, okay, that dollar value though, it's actually looking pretty justifiable in the terms of like Lifeskiller, which is very, very rare. Like sometimes they do knock it out of the park. I'm not just bashing on PA. PA is like not this horrible company. They do get some things right. Like I'm pretty sure, let's see, crons, more maids, okay, so in terms of life skilling, yeah, that's pretty decent. All right. I don't really care. Okay, that's pretty decent. I don't really care. I mean, if you need it for your alts. Okay, that's pretty good with the Lore's War and Black Tea, the Mount, the Corsair, or the Geo Van Grolen times 10. Not so much. I don't care. I mean, I guess crons. That helps out. That checks out. It's just not all of them will go ahead and do something like... I want to say there was one that had the pets on it. Like the llama. And the llama's a pretty huge one because you can only get that one time a year, you know? 2 times, maybe 3 times, blah, blah, blah. Do you want to do something for us that nobody did? It's about AFK fishing. What are you talking about? What do you want me to do? And what you think no one has done, because I'm pretty sure someone probably has done before. I've got a lot right in the past. It worries me a little. They seem to be moving away from the balance of the free to play to pay to win. Yeah, that's what I've been complaining about mainly, because there's like three pieces of the pie here. One aspect is completely locked out of, you know, being able to really enjoy the game free to play. And in that little portion of the game, they're adding even more limitations behind having to swipe your card more and more and more. Like some games, they do a good job with maintaining that ratio. So like having to sub to unlock that whole entire game, you know what I mean? When it makes sense, I agree to pay. I personally am looking into more weight, especially since you don't have more than 12 maids. Like, as long as they have a sale that can justify putting in the $10 to get like a permanent unlock or something that'll permanently help out the life skilling, then I can go ahead and, okay, well, you know what? I need it. I'll go ahead and I'll swipe for it. But if there's no sale, everything is just stock 100%. Why am I motivated to go out of my way to swipe for it? You know what I mean? Like, it's not on sale. I don't want to buy it. I'm wasting my money. I can get more if I wait for a sale and buy it then and use the rest of the pearls on something whenever that goes on sale too and get more. Like, I get it. Please support us and all. It's just, you kind of don't really incentivize making me want to go ahead and go out of my way and pay the extra. Like, yeah, you put all the limitations on to make me feel grimy for doing a free-to-play playthrough, but that makes me want to go and play a different game. It doesn't make me want to pay. Like, it pushes me out the door, not keeps me in. So look, everyone says AFK fishing is OP even if you get 500 mil a day. It's free bullshit in your opinion. You'd like to know 24 hours AFK fishing, how much, and how much electricity do you pay for? Whenever I post up anything, it's usually, let me see how much I normally get for 24 hours of AFK fishing. And my electricity has been the lowest this month, so I can't really say much there. Yeah, like for 24 hours straight, depending on the spot. I normally post it up on my community tab, so let me jump over to the community tab and double check to see. Whoopsie. All right, let's see. Let's see. And I'm pretty sure I have it in my screenshots too, because I like to keep an eye on how much I'm making, which normally is around, for 24 hours, keeping it in the tray, bringing it up every so often, and my computer will go to sleep a lot of the time, so, you know, it saves me actual real money there, but, I mean, come on, not really much of anything. Yeah, like 700, usually, like, depending on the place, 700 to 1.1 bill if you get lucky in the spots that I normally fish in. So, what do you mean in the sense of free? What do you mean? You got 1.5 bill cause mastery, but as a newbie in game, might as well just buy pearls, spare some time. I mean, you should be going ahead and swiping your card if you're not a newbie anyway. Save yourself the time and effort. If you're going out there and you're manually doing anything anyway and not swiping your card to sell costumes, JB, like, you're wasting your time. I can make more money than you do with your mob grinding, just selling my costumes on the central market every week. So at that point, everyone's doing the game wrong. You should be swiping your card. Yeah, like with my family, like, we don't take the cost of electricity, like the computer cost or anything like that. Like, there's some things that we will go ahead and equate the cost and make sure that we are not overspending or doing more. So, like, you know, leaving the living room light on all night or blah, blah, blah. You know, you're not going to be keeping the TV running, you know, just shit like that. Like, you know, okay, I'm going to account for the cost. That cost is already accounted for. Now, if it goes over, okay, you know, you gotta start cutting back. But like with this PC, the price was already equated for or accounted for, and it's not even on the chopping block. Like, it's just a necessary expense at this point. Background costs, cost of living. Shit, I was already here because I'm not paying attention on the direction that I'm running. But yeah, don't let the mastery fool you either. Don't let that shit fool you. At the end of the day, a guy with fucking 3% mastery or a 3% prize rate is still going to be able to catch the same fish as a guy with 5%. And I've seen plenty of fucking screenshots, videos, and have watched my alts with lesser mastery go ahead and pull up more red grade fish than my shy. It just depends on the RNG. You know, you can have the higher mastery and still get bad RNG once you hit that table and still pull up an ancient relic. Or you can have really bad mastery and get that one chance to hit that table and get lucky and not pull up your ancient relic. That mastery only increases it up to 6.25% chance. It doesn't account for anything inside of that table. So in theory, you are not increasing the chance of catching the prize grade fish. You are increasing the chances of rolling on the prize grade table. If anything, you are increasing the chances of pulling up an ancient relic shard. You just have to get lucky to not get that roll on the prize grade fish. 89% chance. At that point, yeah. Are you really rolling on the prized fish, or are you rolling for the prize grade table and hoping that you don't hit that relic? Like, it's all RNG at the end of the day. Sure, you can increase your mastery and everything, but your mastery is only affecting your chances of getting your ancient relic shard. It's all RNG. It's like with the workers, how you increase the chances of, you know, with the luck, getting the little traces or the little bonus material, but you cannot increase the amount of materials, the bonus material that they get, as demonstrated with the goblin and the giant. Like, yeah, one will have a higher base material gathering, but not the stupid trace of nature, where the other one will proc the trace of nature, but not the increased amount, you know, or higher chance like the human. Yeah, you get more relics instead of fish. Like, that's just something that you have to remember when it comes to fishing. Like, it's not just, oh, well, I increased my mastery, so I'm going to be getting more prize grade fish. No, Tony, you're actually going to be getting more of your ancient relic shards with the possibility of maybe having the chance of getting your prize grade fish. Yeah, you have 3K. I've fished at 3K for more than 2 hours, and I can active fish for more than 2 hours with the 3K mastery too. And I can tell you, it's all a fucking scam. At the end of the day, it's RNG. 6.25% chance, even though the other tables are beginning at what? 12, 28, 40, 30, 6.25. And you really think getting your 3K mastery is going to increase your chance of getting the fish that's on the table that probably has a 0.0012% chance of being caught, while the ancient relic shards on the same table have an 89% chance? Yeah, you have to be really, really pay to win to be able to hit the 3K mastery without investing in all of that fucking Prion. All right, melt. Yep, melt you. Keep an eye on the time. I'm texting the wife. Mine processed. Hurry up. There's only 1K. 1.4K. Like, you're not really doing much of anything. It should be a one and done. The master is gonna go ahead and cap it, but your boy can dream. Just being done. Yeah, there we go. All right. Let's see something real fast. Is my llama fed? Yeah, my llama is fed. Damn it. I was kind of hoping to have my pets kind of, because everyone keeps asking if the pet talent will work if the pet's not fed, and I just fed my pet yesterday because of the stream, and I got tired of doing manual gathering, like the manual looting, or whatever day that was. And I normally gather with the hedgehog not fed, and you guys complain about me not feeding the pets, and I always complain about fuck those little fuckers, even though I'm still getting all of my pet talents procking. So I'm hoping I can get my hedgehog to go ahead and starve to have it proc and show players like, yeah, you don't need to feed that little rat bastard to have the same thing proc. Do I even have it out? Yeah, I do. Okay. Swipe that card. Hell yeah, Forgotten. Gotta swipe up. And it better be, and it has to be like more than fucking 50 too. And that seems to be the trend. Or 40. Sorry, 40 here. And the damn costume for the ship, the T10, and the fucking tent. Some of the costumes. And I'm pretty sure a lot of the packages are like fucking 40k or 4k stupid pearls. Forgot what the fuck I was saying, either the A coin or the pearls. That fishing rod still has me fucking flabbergasted. I'm still on that whole 10k A coin. But the translation, the conversion rate, and that's what. Just minding my own business. Yeah, that'd be Eve. Eve, I'm technically minding my own business. Oh, no storage available. When in doubt, melt it out. So glad desert sickness is no longer a problem. That used to be annoying. The whole reason why I went out of my way to have my pets get the stupid little skill for the hypothermia and the stupid heat stroke. And now the infinite potion takes care of it. I even went out and swiped my card for the desert camo to avoid the desert sickness to do the mining out here. And it does not mean shit anymore. How much is that? How much is that? Apparel. Yeah, usually 30 bucks. Got my little motherfucking shit, and it doesn't really matter in terms of like the desert sickness. I mean, yeah, it helps out when I'm out here in the desert and I don't want people to murk me because they know that I'm a streamer and or I'm on Arsha trying to gather in a place that I shouldn't be. Like, yeah, it helps out for that. But like in terms of the desert sickness, the whole selling point for a life skiller, like they nerf that shit. They nerf the care, the need to worry about it, just all of it. Fucking sucks. At least with that word, that's something that we as a player, we normally get confused ourselves. That's not even something that like PA has a bad problem of not knowing what the translation really means, you know? But nerfed is something that we oftentimes, oh, we increased the rates to 100, or we put the rates up to 151 from insert number here. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and adjust it back down to still over top of the original rate. Oh my god, they nerfed it. No, they said that it was this. It was increased to that, and they're now going to bring it down to this, which is still over top of the original thing, so that still makes it a buff, right? A lesser buff, but still a buff. Considering, say, the spawn rate is like 10%. They buff it up to 150%. Drop it down to 70%. That's a buff, right? But we see numbers going down and we're automatically like, oh my god, they nerfed. Oh my god, they killed it. Even though they still increased the rates up to well over what it used to be, which is still making it feel extremely good, especially when you run out there and, oh, wow, that's a special T7. I didn't expect that one. Let's complain about where the fuck is Jay. Everything is random. The best way I can describe it, Soma, is just because you have a 6.25% chance at 3K fishing mastery to roll on the prize table does not guarantee that you will get that prize grade fish, meaning you will still not make as much money as someone who randomly hits that table and gets that prize grade fish. Basically, translation, it doesn't matter, it's all fucking random. It's all random, it's all random, it's all random. All random. At 3K, 6.25% chance, you have an 89% chance to get an ancient relic shard. And then you still have a 0.00, let's go ahead and give benefit of the doubt, a 0.12% chance. 89%. 0.12. You have to roll on the table and then roll on the fish. You can only increase the chances of rolling on, you know, that table, not the fish. Yeah, Hack, and it's almost like I'm like saying it's random. Like fishing is random. Like, I don't know. It's just really, really weird. It's like random or something. It's almost like completely random. I don't know. Get your tinfoil hats on, guys. I think fishing might have to do with RNG or a system or something where you have to roll on 3 different tables, and in those 3 different tables you have different odds on like 20 different fish inside of those tables or something. I'm not sure. It sounds like it's random and all, but could be onto something. All right. Don't send this video over to Pearl Abyss. I don't want them going ahead and nerfing my conspiracy theory. But it's almost like fishing is fucking random. At the end of the day, even if you increase all your rates and everything, like sure, you can go ahead and increase the odds of a table. But the fish? Oh yeah, no, go fuck yourself. If you think you're to be able to increase the odds of catching say yellow skate in the Middle Margoria table because you threw up your rare fish gear, yeah, happy fishing. Let me know how long it takes you to go ahead and get as many of those skate that you tried to increase the odds because you thought that's, you know, how it worked. Come back and go and say I told you so, or say you were right so I can say I told you so. Like, I'm sorry, but fishing is almost like it's random. It's almost like you have to look here. Look here. If you're trying to fish for your prize grade fish, it does not impact your prize grade fish in the way that you think it does. Like, at the end of the day, like, you only have a chance of increasing the odds of getting the table, not the actual fish inside said table. So instead of like, oh, this method will increase your chances of prize grade fish. No. I think I should start changing my guides to increase the prize grade table. Your chances of getting the prize grade fish table, not the fish. All right. Just started setting up a worker empire 2 weeks ago. You have 370 contribution points. You've used workmen to buy and set up the workers' most proficient or profitable, efficient nodes. Would eventually like to set up production of trade crates, getting more contribution, mostly gathering lumber, mining, excavation, food, blah, blah, blah. Okay. In your experience, what resource do you think you'd have the most? All of it. So taking a look at my worker empire, I've ran into the issue of I need all of the materials. I'm just talking about the usual, complaining about the rod, complaining about the fact that they tied everything into pay to win, and now I'm going back on the worker empire. Oh, and now, I was talking about the fish. Yeah, I have a video about everything I'm talking about today too, but a lot of people, they see the 2-year, 3-year on the video and think it's outdated, so it's a lot easier to just go ahead and do it live. But now, like I was saying, I ran into the issue where I need all of the materials. It doesn't matter which ones. I have to invest into all and more of the material nodes because I am using, I think it's like 27 to 29 different factories currently. Show you. Oh, looks like we got a delivery. But I'm making so many different little workshops that I have to go and double up, triple up. And in some cases, I am now starting to get quadruple nodes just to be able to supply my worker empire because I'm pumping out so many every day and trying to get them, you know. Fishing you get, but the worker empire trade crates is a bit more involved, but you digress. It's a little bit more involved, yeah. Yeah, getting the initial setup, like if you have to keep processing down your minerals or going out there and gathering and shit because your workers aren't able to supply it and you didn't process enough to go throughout the whole entire week, yeah, you'll be out there doing what I'm doing, gathering, processing, shipping out, getting it created, and then transporting it out. But if you get it all set up, you know, for the week, maybe a couple weeks out, you're not going to have to worry about processing everything and having the workers created up. Now, when it comes to the profits for the crates, you have to have point A to point B connected. But when it comes to the experience earned, when it comes to the trade crates, you do not have to have the nodes connected. Ideally, if you're trying to make money, you would connect, say, Land of the Morning Light to Valencia, trade in your value crates from there. If you were solely just focused on the experience, you get your trash crates made up, and you would send it off to, like, if you did not have Land of the Morning Light, you'd still send it out there and not connect anything. You'd say, fuck the money. You still get the experience, all right? The value is capped at 150%, which means if you are shipping out from Grana or Valencia, Nampo or even Godu Village would be the cutoff in certain aspects. But it's it's capped at 150, but the experience is not capped at 150. So for me, what I do is even though the value is capped, I will still trade everything out here in Buckpo, get the experience, even though I know I'm not getting the 150 mil profit. You're not sure you would want to keep things running on that scale full time, more or less, just having relatively balanced supply. You want to have everything as a balanced supply. It's just I have 20, I think at least 29 different workshops going. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. Make sure. Area, yeah. 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Wait. Overall status. Do I not have my Calpheon? No, I did not have my Calpheon being shipped out yet. Got one here. Making a paprika. Hold on, I'm not done. Then I have 3 here. Making a viola. I have 1 in Nampo. And I have the... is it Dalbo? Yeah, the one in Dalbo making up the tiger flower. So that's 26. Oh, wait, no. 7, 8. And so far, that's all I have for right now. I'm thinking about adding fish workshop over here to Terra for my paper tail anchovies, but I'm considering just dumping it into the actual gathering node to try to get me back more material, so I'm not having to go out there and manually gather like certain materials like the snowfield, the timber and jade, knock, pine for right now. The distance, okay, so there's a cap on the distance you can get with it being 150. So technically, yeah, it would increase the percentage, but that only applies for the experience. Value is always going to be capped at 150, okay? Like, in terms of value, it wouldn't really matter. And you're trading from where? The distance-wise. Are you trading from, say, Valencia to Buckpo or Grana to Buckpo? Yeah, I did pick up some of the nodes over there. Let me show you the Ulukita nodes that I went ahead and picked up. So for Ulukita, I picked up the white cedar here. I didn't pick up the pine, which I'm gonna... It's 2 contribution. I'll look for any other cheaper contribution I can invest before I do anything with Ulukita, because I also have to get the lodging for it. But I got the acacia over here. I did the iron for there. Both excavation, more acacia. And I think that's all. Yeah, most of them I have a nice supply on. It's just here or there that I'd have to go and pick up a little bit more supply on, like the acacia. I have to pick up on more pine. Let me take a quick gander. So taking a look at all of the resources here, you can see I need more acacia. I can do for more white cedar, but it's not really a necessity. The acacia is, though. The acacia I could... There's usually no stock of this on the central market. Birch I'm good on. Pine. Pine I'm really dropping on my stock. That and ash. That's loud thunder. Like that startled me. I thought the bed was moving, like being dragged. Trading from Valencia. Yeah, there's 150 cap on it. So even if you're trading from Valencia, your value cap is technically stopped right here. Now, where that 184% comes in is with the experience that you earn from doing the trading. The experience is not capped, and you can earn whatever experience for trading into a place that does not have the nodes connected. The value is where you have to sit there and put that 150 cap on, and you have to have point A to point B connected. Did I get any new Steam games? No. No, they're... In terms of new games, like, what do you mean, like, new games? Are you talking the old games that are on a new summer sale, or new games to you that's on the summer sale, or, like, legit new games? I don't know. I don't think I've really been paying attention if there's any legitimate new games coming out recently. Nothing, at least that's really... No. Other than RimWorld Odyssey, the expansion for that, no. New games pretty much fucking suck, and they're like just some political, social retelling of whatever's fucking ideology, like, or it's dumbed down to appease the masses, or woke and broke and not really much interest to me. And or I already own a lot of the old gems that everyone will still run back to. So at this point I'm like, ooh, it's not exactly a picking market out there during the Steam summer sales. It used to be, but over the years, with everything being dumbed down and all, now I'm just... Maybe if an indie game is coming out, kinda, sorta, if they're in early access, maybe I'll go ahead and put the money into it. But a lot of the newer games, I mean, technically I don't own it, so I'm not going to... I'm gonna borrow it. I mean, you don't own it, right? It's not stealing, I'm just, leasing it. I'm leasing it. I'm simplifying the term here. Oh yeah, I own that one. I bought that one. I bought into the early access, and my my wife got me the deluxe edition, or an upgrade or whatever. Oh yeah, if you guys have any more trading questions or anything while I'm still alive, like, ask away. I am here to basically help out all of you newer players get at least a gist of what you can do, what you should do, what you want to do. Just getting you on the path of just playing around with your worker empire. It can be extremely confusing having content out for 11 years and the translation updates and things have changed it around. Basically, that's what they're trying to do, but you know. Any clue where to start? All right, hold on. Let me take a look at what you're asking. All right, so you're up to 1650 in most gathering skills. Got pen, mana's tool, mana's clothes, but you're still clueless on where to start life skilling. Okay, so what do you want to do? What do you like to do? What do you have goals for your account, like your character? Like, tell me a little bit about yourself. Let me help you figure out what you want to do with your game. Like, I'll get you in the right direction. I'm not gonna sit there and you know, tell you to like step by step. You know, I'll give you a couple ideas, pros, cons, and maybe it might get you pointed in the right direction. But you already got your good leg up on gathering, so yeah. Tell me a little bit about your gaming goals and all of that good shit that would help me. You gotta go camp in global and see who's recruiting. Oh, I'm out of it. It's been 4.5 hours. I have not popped any of my energy potions. Wow, I am dumb as fuck. And my Agris is still fucking going. Oh, I failed miserably. Yes, no problem. All right, hunting, hoe gathering, and looking to gather, or alchemy. So, gathering is a pretty good one in terms of alchemy and the one of the only ways that you'll be going out and getting a lot of your ingredients. Now, if you're really trying to make the money, I would manually gather out here in Bear. That's a great way. It's just really time consuming and requires a lot of energy. Well, I mean, I still have time. It's just I didn't exactly pay attention to the energy. And come on, you got to admit, that is pretty impressive for 4.5 hours. Maybe 3 of it actually like legit just straight gathering. But yeah, it's great experience to herb gather. Great little way to get all of those materials. But if you're not really into doing the herb gathering, you can buy the herbs over here too. So you can get them from a vendor. You know, you can get your mushrooms over right over here. Herbs. You can get fruit, vegetables. You know, you can buy some things. It's just, you know, gathering can make you a lot of money. Don't just sleep on it. Okay, so hunting is a great way for cooking. Hunting is a great way to get all of the enhancing materials needed for your manos and trophies. You can sell them. It's great for mob grinding. Yeah, not all mushrooms though. You have to look at the central market. If the values are looking more than a couple K or like a couple hundred, bro, you can probably buy it from the vendor. Or if it's more than a couple, you can't buy it from a vendor and you'll have to manually go out there and find it, which is rather annoying. All right, so you're rather clueless on alchemy. All right, so for alchemy, if you're really trying to get started, I'll give you a couple of recipes to at least wet your little whistle with. Let's jump onto my alchemy alt. Just because it's a lot easier to go ahead and show you all the recipes right then and there instead of like trying to look it up and take all the time and blah blah blah. I can just show you like here's what I personally like to do. And now I would definitely check out a website called videolytics.com. I will post up the link really fast for you so you at least have it. I'd live by it. If you have no real idea the materials and everything that you could do and all of that, that's for you Twitch users and for you YouTube users. There you guys go. live by that website. That website will have everything and at least almost everything that you would need and want for your life skills. You know. All right, so now that I'm actually here, a couple of great recipes to go ahead and start power leveling with or trying to really get a base of any type of alchemy is, with this loading screen not taking so fucking forever. All right, so you got your clear liquid and your clear powder reagent. If you're taking a look at the recipe, it says wild grass, sugar, which can be bought from the vendor, silver azalea, and purified water. Purified water can be made from water scooping with a bottle and then filtering it to purify it. It's another great use for your gathering. So that's that. You know, silver azalea can be gathered out there in bare. And the clear liquid, same thing. Sunrise, purified, salt that can be bought from the NPC, and wild grass. Any wild herb will have these little herbs, the grasses. Yeah, wild grass and weeds are the ones that you really have to gather. Now, once you get into the higher, like you start getting into higher alchemy, then you can start getting into things like bloods and starting to figure out like which elixirs or whatever will be used for your imperials. That's a whole nother little avenue you can, or rabbit hole you can jump down. But to show you an example, you have things like clown's blood, which if you're out there doing your hunting, like matchlock hunting for the rhinos, you can get the rhino's blood. Clear liquid reagent, which you sat there spending all that time AFK alchemying for. Yeah, you can train AFK water scooping to get up to at least, I think it's like what, RD8 or RD10 gathering before the experience starts to really slow down and jump into your herb gathering. But yeah, that's another way to get started with your gathering too. Do your water scooping so that you can make your purified waters for your clear liquid reagents, and after you get done getting all of the water that you'd possibly need to at least get a little start, you can go out, do your herb gathering, and finish power leveling up to Guru like that. Oh yeah, seed gathering too. You know, that's a great way, but focusing on the alchemy, his gathering, and matchlock hunting. You know, we're not going into the whole farming aspect yet. Now, when it comes to the more complicated little things like the elixir of swiftness, that's where the BDolytics comes in. It'll get you started with everything that you might need. At Master 4 right now, herbs would be herbs would be better. You don't proc the mini game. Like when you're doing your water scooping, you don't have a chance of proccing your mini game. Your mini game will give you a chance of filling up your UI, and the more items in your UI, the more experience that you get for, you know, each item. So instead of getting like, say, your one little bottle every little cycle, you'll get 40 different little herbs, the seeds and blah blah blah, and just because it's like filling up that whole entire UI, you get all of the experience for each and every little slot. That's why I'll always complain about, if you do not have your hedgehog and you're not willing to spend on your hedgehog, you are out of so much money. Yeah, citron, or underwater gathering, yeah, lobster, the citron, just regular herb gathering. See what else is really, really good. Any of the mushrooms, to be honest with you. Yeah, it's no problem. No problem. Just don't sleep on gathering. Gathering is a great way to make you a lot of money on the side, just from the sharp black crystals, the black gem fragments. You can get your Trace of Nature, Fruit of Natures. You can get other cool little nifty things like your Caphras. You know, just don't sleep on it, bro. Like, you can get so much money from it. Now, when it comes to making money with alchemy, that's a whole different ball game. It's a little hit or miss. But gathering is usually just straight money making. Money on money on money. Let's see, I'm gonna take this and yeah, take all of them. No, we'll leave 10. And we'll take all of those because I gotta turn these into contribution. And I gotta go turn those in. So what we're gonna do is see if I have access to my blue grade map yet. No, I have an hour. Oh, manual it is. Yeah, unfortunately I bought the hedgehog when it costed the $40. And then before the pet exchanging update came out where they made it easier to do it, I spent like $360 trying to tap it up to T4. Hell yeah, that's why I tell everyone, like, even though the video may say like 2-3 years, you'd be really shocked and kind of embarrassed on the fact that they have yet to update it, and this method is still the go-to, or it's very rarely changed to where maybe the icon or maybe say the rate of one thing is maybe boosted up more. Like, a lot of the BDO content is like that, which is unfortunate for, like, say, me trying to actually, you know, do the content and make a career out of it. But it's great for a player who is jumping into the game 11 years late into the lifespan and can still look up a 3-year-old video and have all of that information still up to date. But that's also why I'm going out and teaching you guys live and giving you guys the opportunity to ask all of the questions that you might have live and get the response right there, the demonstration, all of the resources, screenshots, or video proof to sit there and not just take my word for it or assume that it's clearly edited, or he didn't give me the exact time frame, or I didn't get to see it, and blah, blah, blah. Like, everything is here live, done straight for you, answered whatever questions, and you know, you don't have to sit there and guess and check. And then very, very, like, every occasional, like, maybe once or twice a stream, you know, we'll unlock some hidden knowledge or some dumb shit that goes ahead and shapes how you really think about the game again. Wait, I think I passed it, little bastard. Because I think I might be going to the wrong NPC.
난 지금 안녕. 오늘도 시간이 빠르네. 하루라도 더 많은
74. Let's find out how much 74 will make us today. Let's just do a quick little check here. Because I don't even know if I'm going to sell them. 429.2 mil. Like I said, I don't know if I'm going to sell those, though. Can I get to an NPC without having to actually ride to one? Please tell me it's not going to take me all the way to Creo. Why? Why? Delishin. Where's the other little bastard at? Like, I wish there was an easier way, but... oh, well. And yeah, it's always good to ask because there's a lot of dead content, too. I think there's more dead content than there is alive content. They'll get there. Eventually, they'll figure out what they're doing and start updating more and more of the older dead content like RuneScape has been doing. No shade, not trying to be mean, not trying to be that guy. Just saying, between me and you personally, I just feel as though I really need to figure out the older content's priority here. There's a lot of things that they can go ahead and do, like so much content that can be updated and made fresh and add more to the player base, and they're just dropping the ball here. All right, let's see if I can't just make my own path, get up to the Serene Spring from where I already am. I doubt it, but if I had my stupid arty, it'd be a lot easier. I'm just following the light, like they always tell you to do. Follow the light, Jimmy. Follow the light. Lovely. Do you know if Jay's even still at the company? You might be waiting for Jay to breathe life into the aspect or whatever, but is he still there? If he's not there in the company, you'll be waiting there a very, very long time. Like sailing, they're trying with new PvP sailing thing. They're trying though. They're trying to do something that risks, you know, their popularity or the players, or you know, something to add something new, to add something fresh, to go ahead and give a little bit more. Like, very rarely do we ever get to get anything like that, you know what I mean? And then when they do, they take 3 steps backwards and apologize for the inconvenience. You know, it's like the what is it called? Look at the shared life skilling, okay? Great idea. And they fucked up the UI. They fucked up, like, sharing all of the things that, you know, people made the UI mock-up and everything. Great step forward, 2 steps back. The idea with the seeds. Great idea. Well, I guess that's just a step back. I guess no, they took one kind of baby step forward with the bag, but still 2 steps behind with it not stacking or anything. Like, you added 1 extra step to the problem that we've been having. Oh yeah, we apologize. Please support us. Surprise, end up being more dead content. Yeah, oh god. Yeah, and then when they do update the content like you've been asking for, they kill it and it's dead on arrival. Like the stupid horse racing. I was really excited. They were gonna, you know, revamp it and make it better, and it's the exact same shit. The rewards aren't really that, you know, sought after, so no one's even bothering to go out of their way and do it again. Still, 1 extra step that doesn't fix any problem. Like, if anything, that step comes after the problem. Got 1 contribution point. And Guru 30 fishing from all that mining. What? Look at that. Your boy still managed to level fishing while out there in the desert mining rocks. Oh god, you can't make that shit up. The irony about that. It would have just been better if it was sailing. It would have been so much better if it was sailing. And forgotten, you know they're gonna go ahead and charge us for the extra slots just because of that. It was limiting with the 50. If you were to do something because you couldn't stack the seeds, like at least make the slots worth it. Once you have 10 fences, like that gets a little bit extreme on how many seeds you're throwing in that bag. Got the riding attire. Exactly. They pile up fast. So why couldn't they just make it stackable like in the central market? And on top of that, on top of it, let me see. Let me go ahead and see something real fast. Oh, nope. It doesn't automatically get thrown into the bag. You've added one extra step to the problem. You did not solve anything. You just added a road bump to it. Like literally just a road bump. And on top of it, just in case you wanted to go ahead and do that. Hold on, wait a minute. Wait a minute. You couldn't even bring out a properly working seed bag. You couldn't even, no, not just stackable items, food. The farming ingredients. Not just any stackable. But you couldn't even, I know, it was like boink, 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 boink. It'll still take up the weight and all. It's just, you couldn't even. You tried to throw a bandage on the problem and you couldn't even give me a proper band-aid. You went to the dollar store and picked up a piece of scotch tape and a cotton ball and said, here, I couldn't afford one, so here's what I decided to make. It's like Chrono Odyssey. Remember, guys, first impression really, really matters. And the first impression with that seed bag is fucking laughable. It's fucking laughable. Like, I'm curious because I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. Come on, wrong one. At least we got that. At least we got that until they nerfed that too. They patched that out. Yeah, we're basically fucking testing it live. That is all we're basically doing. It's fucking embarrassing. Come on. 2 years. 2 years you've promised one thing. And you couldn't even get us the bandage right. The consolation prize, the fucking ribbon. You couldn't even get it right. It really, just really. I couldn't even get it down correctly. I have no reason to even keep that damn bag on me. I'm not even gonna lie. There is no fucking reason for me to even use the bag. I'm glad that it works for you guys if you guys were really leaning towards it and all. Oh yeah, no, it's patched. Bet. They get it right. Stackable. If you're able to stack the seeds in it, I would go ahead and pay for the extra slots for it then. Or if they added on like another bag that you can increase the slots up to like, 50 or something, anything of the such, maybe. But in its current iteration and all, it's just a joke. It's funny. It makes me LOL out loud in front of all of you fine ladies and gentlemen. Oh, dear God. Alright, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and start ending this fucking shit off here. I will have to go cook, clean, get all that stuff done, and I will probably be jumping back into, probably my hardcore, Iron Man RuneScape run. Maybe. I don't know. It all depends on the time and just if my computer's going to be able to tolerate it with this ongoing storm on its way. But I'll keep you guys updated if there's any changes, if anything happens, all of that good stuff. Why not make the seed stackable? At this point, everything is stackable. Really quick to answer you, Hell. I'm not sure why they don't make any of these seeds stackable. I'm not quite understanding why they don't make these stackable. I wish they would stack. I'm not quite understanding what makes them not stackable, but maybe if we had some type of way to really, show them how to go ahead and stack, maybe that would, be more beneficial. Like, just saying, we don't have items that stack like that. So, I mean, I can completely understand, if I didn't know how to stack seeds, like, I wouldn't be able to do it either. I wouldn't, I'd have to give you a bag or something to throw in the items and all. Yeah, JB. Yeah, JB. You are on to something there, man. You are on to something. Literally and only because they are wanting to plan to come out with a fucking bag. Yeah, the CM is a glorified fucking stackable bag. That's why I'm like, how do you not just do the exact same thing with the yellow gray? All you do is what? You're changing the goddamn icon. You're changing the icon. All you did was make sure the seeds could not be placed into the central market. Uncheck that box and shit. Do we even need a bag? If you can stack it in the central market, you should be able to stack it in the storage. So you should probably uncheck the other thing or change that line in the code that says not stackable. Come on. You have demonstrations. You have the resources right there in front of you. We have seen the capabilities of it. Come on now. Yeah, fucking Lifeskilling is pay to win. We are tied behind a paywall. I don't care what any bigger creator will try to lie to you and tell you about. Like, no, we don't get anything for free. Everything is tied behind a paywall. If you are not willing to pay, you will not do as much as everyone that did pay. Plain and simple. Whether it's 30% here, 25% there. Not being able to do what, like 40% of the effective or the efficiency as someone who put in money and shit for the pros. Like, sorry, but that's just how they have it. It's not mob grinding where they give you your things, or they just hand out everything for free during the events and be like, oh, there you go. Now you can go ahead and get on your way to do the new region. Have at it. Yeah, they have all of the ways to go ahead and do it, but yeah, no, they didn't. Oh, god damn it, Forgotten. You do. I need to get on that now. You do. Every time. Every fucking time. You're the only one to ever remind me too. But you're also the only one that ever gets the new badges. But yeah, I'm gonna have to make a new one for you. All right, man. Give you like a VIP badge or some dumb shit. See if I can. I'll look through my Twitch settings and see what I can do for the community and see if I can't get you something. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and start ending this off now. And then after that, you'll need I need to get. I didn't think that far ahead of, all right? I know, I didn't think that far ahead. I didn't think anyone would actually like sub to me for like fucking a year. So I was like, oh, those badges will come maybe later on in my career, which is later on in my career. But yeah, if you guys are watching me over there on YouTube, be sure to subscribe. It's very important you hit that notification, turn on all those notifications, because if you don't, you really don't get the notifications on when I go live or I get anything like that. Hey, Poises! Right at the tail end of a 5-hour stream. I do apologize. I am so sorry. I'm actually ending this off. But huge shout out to all of my channel members and my subbies over there on YouTube. You guys are fucking amazing. Stacking 9 goddamn months. That man's a true hoarder right there. Nah, I appreciate Forgotten. Always a fucking true fan. Free to play player, I can tell you 12-hour life skilling is like 2-hour mob grind silver wise. Yeah. As a free to play player, you know, it kind of sucks. And they make sure there's that limitation in there. But if you want to find out how to avoid some of those limitations, be sure to sub to me or follow me over there on Twitch. You guys are fucking amazing over there. Huge shout out to all of my members, followers, or whatever the term is for that. And, you know, be sure to check out my YouTube channel for all of the juicy ins and outs and tips and tricks for your life skilling for all of you new players that are just jumping into Black Desert, because I see we have a ton of new players jumping in recently. Decided to craft your PvE gear tonight. Hell yeah, Poisus. Happy for you. Let me know how it goes tomorrow. I'll be live again, probably early on, but for now, I gotta go cook, clean, get all of that stuff started. You know, join the cult, everyone. Join the cult. We're lifers over here. We're life killers. When you're thinking it's gonna be a fun day, we're actually crying on the inside. But be sure to check out the channel for more life skilling activities and things related to a couple different MMOs, not just Black Desert. But I will see you guys tomorrow. Keep you guys updated on the community tab if there's any changes, and good luck with all those cronstones, Poises. Enjoy your night, everyone. And remember, let me know how it goes. I'm actually really curious on if you're gonna be able to, you know, get a good bracket, or if you're to have to wait another week, see if you can't get started for Adania or whatever the new region's called. I'm not going to be able to. I'm slacking, but I'll see you guys later. Take care, everyone, and keep gathering out there.